superstar.
Yeah. See, I had to fade away.
Fade away. Had to fade
Oh
away.
God.
Fade away. It was a session day.
Yeah.
Every day. Every day.
For real. Ay. See, I had to fade away. And I'm praying for better days. I'd be damned if I let them come take away. Remember struggling, I was on layaway. And the hood was hard, Session 8. I'd be damned if they come and take my plate. I was standing on that block every day. If you're not with the gang, stay away. See, I had to fade away. And I'm praying for better days. I'd be damned if I let them come take away. Remember struggling, I was on layaway. And the hood was hard, Session 8. I'd be damned if they come and take my plate. I was standing on that block every day. If you're not with the gang, stay away.
All this time made a nigga change. All that crime told that nigga pain. I got in that gym and they say a thing. I throw up the rocks, okay, paper plane. I step in my crush, we don't play the same. I step out my bus, get a nigga change. I caught you my bro and you traded lanes. I empty your fuck, turn up to a gang. They were telling me switch up on in my position. Got telling you life away, why won't you listen? I gave her my heart, but she blamed it on distance. I swear I tried everything, get me to fix it. I was grinding hard, I had bigger visions. I think about all of my brothers I'm missing. You know what I lose, look what I'm risking. So I cannot still gotta keep me your biscuit.
See, I had to fade away. And I'm praying for better days. I'd be damned if I let them come take away. Remember struggling, I was on layaway. And the hood was hard, Session 8. I'd be damned if they come and take my plate. I was standing on that block every day. If you're not with the gang, stay away. See, I had to fade away. And I'm praying for better days. I'd be damned if I let them come take away. Remember struggling, I was on layaway. And the hood was hard, Session 8. I'd be damned if they come and take my plate. I was standing on that block every day. If you're not with the gang, stay away.
I just wanna fade away. Remember them times we had layaway. I think the Lord get made away. I thought this money take pain away. Remember them times I prayed rain away. So I cannot let you take away. I know ain't no kids, I know save the day. I stand on this cause they paved the way.
Ay, and I see my chance, I'ma take it. I know that I'm destined to make it. Heart full of hate, got me feeling like Satan. I'm confused, which way am I taking? Make the news, you play and we baking. Oh, you cooks in the wood, what I'm tasting. I'm the goat, why the fuck I'm mistaken? See, I had to fade away. And I'm praying for better days. I'd be damned if I let them come take away. Remember struggling, I was on layaway. And the hood was hard, Session 8. I'd be damned if they come and take my plate. I was standing on that block every day. If you're not with the gang, stay away. See, I had to fade away. And I'm praying for better days. I'd be damned if I let them come take away. Remember struggling, I was on layaway. And the hood was hard, Session 8. I'd be damned if they come and take my plate. I was standing on that block every day. If you're not with the gang, stay away. You better stay away. Searching for better days. I'll be damned if they take me away. I'll be damned if they take me away. Okay.
For real. Better day. Session 8. On God.
I was despised and rejected, spit on and disrespected, came to my own afflicted. Why didn't they listen to me? The greatest sacrifice no other man could ever give. I gave my life and soul, knowing it would make you live. Spirit was willing, with my flesh I had to overcome. I asked my Father, pass this cup, but I was the only one to do His will, fulfill the scriptures to perfection. Lay down my life in hope of reconciliation. Christ is on His way. Will you be waiting for me? Christ is on His way. Will I find faith in Thee? Christ is on His way. Come to the end of this confusion. Christ is on His way. Establish eternal righteous ruling. Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Or will I find iniquity? Christ is on His way. I bear the sins of many. Christ is on His way. How could you do this to me? Of all the families on earth, you only have I known. My sheep was lost in this world. To you my love was shown. I came to give repentance, forgiveness of your sins, to be a prince and savior, but you won't let me in. Instead you delivered me unto the enemy with all your blasphemies. How could you do this to me? Stiff-necked and stuck in your ways, you broke the covenant. You only got a few days before I make my judgment. Oh, forgive them, for they know not what they do. What they do, what they do. I will plead with them face to face till I turn them back to you.
Yo, hey yo, you thought I wasn't coming back? Imagine that, watch the sky crack when I attack. I held back the winds from the four corners. Now you were gonna watch my battle wax get bloody. No one above me to please them to choose me, to bruise me, but nothing could move me. You refused me like you never knew me. I didn't have to do it when I carried your iniquity, your wickedly witchery. Now you don't remember me, the whole world watched on my name. They lied, denied that I died, but so to pierce my side. Now I will return to burn, to unlearn, but the whole world heard. But
everything I do is for the Lord. If I breathe for Christ. If I die for Christ, no matter the price. Understand it. I present my body as a living sacrifice.
That's right.
Repent, for the kingdom of the Lord is at hand. The coming of Yahweh is not. And he prophesied when he was going to be born and died. I hope these cats realize that there ain't much time. First and foremost is Satan holds post. Keep your guards up and close with the armor of the Most High. He's not a man that he should lie. I hate when we teach Jake and they walk on by.
Christ is on his way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on his way. Will I find faith in thee? Christ is on his way. I'm coming to end all this confusion. Christ is on his way. Establish eternal righteous ruler. Christ is on his way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on his way. Or will I find iniquity? Christ is on his way. I bear the sins of many. Christ is on his way. How could you do this to me? Christ is on his way. I'll hear the setting for me. Turn up the nations for me. Ain't gonna take this no more. Israel, you better enjoy. Come out and no sense confusion. Turn up the nations for me. Ain't gonna take this no more. 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 Come and take this confusion. Ain't gonna take this no more. Ain't gonna take this no more.
What's going on? What's going on, Village? Welcome, welcome, welcome to another Testimony Fridays. I hope everyone's week went by smooth with all this that's going on in America and the world. I hope that you guys are staying safe and trying your best to get your four bodies in a perpetual balance. So let's get all these things out of the way before we jump into this, right? We here in the Village, we believe in a physical, emotional, and mental and spiritual balance. We believe that they all should be balanced or as equal as we can get here on this physical plane. We believe in, we push for hashtags, more to be added. No more Be the change. It takes a village. And last but certainly not least, visitation rights are not for fathers, they are for inmates. So, okay, that being said, with all this stuff that's going on, wow, everything that's going on out in the world, we're in the middle of this pandemic, and then we have these riots that's going on with the COVID thing. I mean, the riot going on with what happened with Mr. Floyd, George Floyd. So, let me just do this first before we even start. Let me get this out the way before I get flagged. The copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. The copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Okay, now that being said, that's out of the way. Let me give my shout outs to my people in the village, right? Thank you guys for being here. Shout out to Tia. What's going on? Adam. Shah. David. So what's going on in this world, man? So we had some riots going on. Minnesota, California. I believe there was some protests in New York City. So they have arrested the murderer, David Chauvin, and they have charged him with murder and manslaughter. The other 3 police officers that were involved, they are still waiting to be arrested. Ronald said, "What's your opinion on the riots?" I'm gonna go into that, but I want to show you guys something first. And here's the link if any of you guys want to call in, because this is Testimony Fridays. You know what I'm saying? This is basically for you guys to speak about your triumphs, your weaknesses, your strengths, what you're going through. If you want to share anything, that's what Testimony Fridays was created for. But let me show you this.
Knowledge. Plato rightly stated that ignorance is the root of misfortune. And as long as we remain ignorant of the fact that all too often, those who claim to protect us from fear are actually manipulating our fears for their own benefit, then we will be contributing to the misfortune of the world through our ignorant compliance. The philosopher Voltaire stated that those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. To avoid being an individual who can be convinced of absurdities, one must become an active truth seeker, instead of the all too common passive propaganda receiver. An important step in becoming an active truth seeker is the realization that when evaluating the claims of those in power, skepticism is warranted and even necessary. Very often those who rule do not have the best interests of the public at heart, for as Alexander Solzhenitsyn put it, political genius lies in extracting success even from the people's ruin. The reality is that most of us are not in a position to single-handedly change the world, but we can at least try to rid ourselves.
So that being said, I want to show you something else, and don't get it twisted, Ronald. I will be addressing that. I just want to show you guys a few things, please.
weighing in on those protests. He tweeted in part, quote, "I can't stand back and watch this happen to a great American city, Minneapolis." He went on to say, quote, "These thugs are dishonoring the memory of George Floyd, and I won't let that happen." He also threatened to call in the National Guard and blame the city's Democratic leadership for the violence. Earlier in the day, he commented on the...
One more video to show you guys. Just one more.
And thank you for joining us. We're going to begin with breaking news tonight out of Minneapolis, where the National Guard is being mobilized after violent protests erupted overnight over the death of George Floyd. A Minneapolis police officer pressed his knee into the unarmed African-American man's neck for more than 7 minutes Monday as Floyd pleaded for help and said he couldn't breathe. Frustration.
We don't need to watch it again. So, Ronald, you asked me what was my opinion on the riots. What did I think about what was the protests? What did I think about everything that was going on? Well, my answer to you is going to be this. I do believe that we needed to stand up for our rights. I do believe that. And I do believe that it needed to be something more than just a march. I do understand that it need to be something felt of power, felt organized, something that was observed to be organized, something that was not emotional. Now, I do understand that some people are saying that there were people planted in these riots or in these communities to start fires, to start different things, to break windows, all these different things to incite riots. I watched last night, Ronald, in disgust, how some of these people were running around and they were being interviewed. And there was some television station, I guess on YouTube or whatever. They were out there asking these people, how did you feel about what was going on? Half of these people didn't know the man's name. Okay. Half of the people thought the man was shot. Okay. It's disgusting. You know, I don't get it twisted. I don't feel like marching or singing Kumbaya or doing any of those things would have made a difference. But you had opportunists in this situation. What is stealing? I seen a guy walking out of Target with the air fryer. Now, how does that represent, or how does that say something about George Floyd's death? I seen cats walking out with TVs. How does that commemorate this man's death? How does this say to the world that we're taking a stand? How does that burning down your CVS's, your Targets, your liquor stores? These are the places that are maybe owned by someone like you, Black. How does that help? Some people say, well, they have insurance. Well, with the way the economy is right now, everything is moving slow. These people, regardless of whether your store is burned down, looted, they still have to pay. If they own that spot, they have to pay the mortgage. The landlord don't care about your place burning down. He cares about getting his payment. So however long it takes the insurance to kick in to give you your bread, that's on you. See, what I would have loved to have seen, Ronald, was the gangs, the Bloods, the Crips, Latin Kings, Nietas, and everything in between that I'm forgetting. What I would love to have seen and would love to see is that these brothers and sisters come together and organize in their neighborhoods. Organize. Not be disorganized, organized. Unfortunately, we lost a brother, blatantly murdered, atrociously murdered. And what did we do? Videotape it. We lose our lives for so many different things in this world, especially in the inner cities. We lose our lives for nonsense. We lose our lives for different colors. We lose our life for stepping on your sneakers, for looking at you wrong. But here was a situation where you could have stood up. You didn't need to do any physical harm to these police officers, but I guarantee you, if they would have seen enough brothers approach them and say, get your knee off that man, they would have been in fear for their life. And they would have gotten up, put that man inside the back of the car, and drove off with him. See, they're too comfortable in the neighborhoods. There's no one checking them. See, everybody talks about the changes that need to be made in the neighborhoods. Everybody speaks on the things that need to change, but nobody wants to carry the load to be the change. And that's what we say here, be the change. You talk about, why are you letting us burn down? I seen one young lady say, why are you letting us burn down our neighborhood? I didn't understand that. I don't understand that. Why are you letting us burn down our neighborhood? I don't get that. Bent but not broken. Hit the link, man. I like to know what you mean by we're working on it. I would love for you to call in and talk to us about what's going on. The same police officers that you guys cry about in the inner cities, and understand, I'm not a. There are some good police officers out there. There's a whole lot of bad police officers out there, right? It's the same thing with, there are some good women out there, but there's a whole lot of bad women out there that mess it up for the good ones. There are some good brothers out there, but there's a whole lot of other brothers that just mess it up for everybody else. Another brother killed. Eric Garner, gone. We could have mobilized then. Maybe this man's life would have been saved if we would have mobilized and been in order. Then, 7 minutes, people filmed and watched as these police officers, I don't care what color they were, what color they are, took a man's life. And all we did was watch. They don't go into Jewish neighborhoods like this. They don't go into Italian neighborhoods like this. They don't go into Asian neighborhoods like this. You guys want to know what we can do to change this? What can we do? Des writes, as Christians, shouldn't you want the world to end? I'm just saying. That's a good question. We want evil to end. We want the wickedness of this earth to end. We want Christ to come back. Yes, we do. We want a new beginning. We want the atrocities such as this man, Mr. Floyd, dying on camera. We want that to end. We want the atrocities such as a man being killed on video and no one does anything about it. We want that to stop. We want atrocities where we'll burn places down when a black man is killed by a white man. But black people kill black people every day. So, Des James, is our lives only valuable when a white man kills us? Those are the things as Christians, as you say, we want to end. God tells you, render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, but render unto God what belongs to God. He didn't tell you be a punk. He didn't tell you just let them walk over you. He tells you deal with order. Des James says, well, we ate of the tree of good and evil. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that answer was or is. Why don't you click it and let's, converse. Let's talk about it, because I don't understand what that response was to us eating, to Adam and Eve eating of the fruit of the tree of good and evil. Yet we understand that they did. We understand what's going on. Life is meant to be lived forward, but understood backward. Right now, what we're talking about is if we should have organized confusion, not just confusion, organized. Should be organized. You wonder why, I'm sorry, it escapes me, why Zimmerman is still walking around? You want to know why the McMichaels are still walking around? Why is it that a black kid or a black man, for whatever reason, is in their neighborhood and they're questioned? You know why? Because they have something called Crime Watch in their neighborhoods. When something does not look right, white people get nosy. Black people, we mind our business. We can hear something going on right next door. We do nothing about it. That's the problem. The problem is we have to become that village. The problem is we have to be that change that we want so much. These people police their neighborhoods. We don't. We terrorize our neighborhoods. That's what we do. We terrorize our neighborhoods, waiting for the right opportunity to break into a CVS or Target to steal a goddamn television. We have someone in here. Ronald Hot Boy, what's going on, my brother?
What's going on, my brother?
I'm all right,
Nothing.
man. Talk to me.
Yeah, man. Me, when situations like this normally happen, and just in life in general, I'm normally one to give everybody, I don't care who you are, the benefit of the doubt to try to see maybe, it's something that I didn't see. Maybe, I'm overlooking some minor details or what have you. But for some reason, it's hard as hell for me to, like, when I put myself in the officer's head, when I try to place myself in him and see what he's seeing and to experience, to feel that body beneath you, I just can't come up with a reason or to even think of a reason as to why he would even continue to do that. Like it's hard for me to
Well, you know what?
even come up with a.
You know what it is, Ronald, man? You have to understand that
Mhm,
there's an end game here that the haves
mhm,
are pushing for. There's an end game. There are laws being passed that escape us that we're not paying attention to. They are trying to incite a race war between blacks and
mhm,
whites. When whites are just as broke and poor as us in the cities, Asians are just as broke as us. Okay.
mhm,
So it's about the haves, that 1% that through this COVID thing, for the 3 months that we've been on this COVID thing, that the top billionaires of America have profited $400 billion between them, while
wow,
everybody else is losing their jobs. Everybody else is
wow,
going into foreclosure. They've grossed 400 billion.
wow.
So they allow this to happen. So they let this, they allow these things to happen where it takes you off the bigger picture and it keeps you looking at the wrong hand, like sleight of hand, like a magician. They get you looking at the wrong hand so that they can do the magic on the other side. And that's the
Mm,
point.
mm.
So now with the
That's
black
pretty nice.
people, the black and Hispanic people bugging out and rioting, what did they want to do? They wanted to bring the military in. So
Mm,
military are now here. Now don't get it
mm,
twisted. Liberties will be taken amid this COVID thing where you have HR
mhm,
66 where they're gonna start tracing you. They're gonna start tracing your cell phones by putting apps in it. They're gonna start
mm,
mobilizing mobile treatment centers coming into your homes. They're going to start coming to take you. And all of these laws that they are passing are very vague in speech. They're very
mm,
vague to interpretation. Very vague. So now when you activate the military, for what?
mhm.
Why
Wow.
why do we need every time we something like this happens? Why do we burn down our neighborhoods, bro? Why?
Mm.
Why do we loot? And the sad thing about
Good
it is the
idea,
next
bro.
day when you got you got a prescription that you got to fill, you got to fill a prescription, you can't because you burned down the
Mm.
CVS.
Yeah.
Then
That's
you
one
wonder
thing
why
else.
these
That's
companies
another
don't
thing I
want to
was
come
thinking
back.
about.
You know what I'm saying? They don't want to come back to our
Yeah.
neighborhoods.
And even if, like, my initial reaction, once again, if I place myself in the shoes of the protesters, of course, I would want to make a statement, but I wouldn't want to, do a Target or a local business like that. My initial reaction was, well, I would just go to the officer's house or to the police department, police cars. But then I started thinking, well, somebody has to pay for this stuff. This stuff's not just going to fall from the sky. So you would think that those costs would fall back on the same people in that same community to reimburse the funds that they have to kick out to replace all of that you know police cars and stuff what have you.
Listen, our problem is we've always been emotional creatures and we've hardly ever think logistically. We're always
Mhm.
reacting. So soon as they plant a mole, let's just say, and I don't put it past the government to planting moles in these different cities. I don't put it past. They've done
Mhm.
worse. Okay, look at the
Mhm.
Tuskegee experiments. They didn't only do it to us, black people. I think they did it to Honduras and things of that nature. So I don't put it past them. What our
Mhm.
issue is, we give them the same reaction outcome every time we burn things
Yeah.
down. Why don't we mobilize? Why don't we say, okay, cool. It's unfortunate we lost this brother, we lost this sister, we lost whomever. This ain't gonna happen again. You know why? Because we're gonna start this crime watch, like I said last stream. Start a crime watch. Throw that 1-800 number on the phones, on the telephone poles, in the bodegas, in the stores. Everybody got a goddamn World Star camera. You see something happening and you're afraid that you don't want to get involved because you might have children or whatever. Call that 1-800 number. Let these police know. Let these people know that you just can't come into our neighborhoods and think you're going to be able to do whatever you want to do. You can't.
Yep.
Us as black men, if we go into a white neighborhood, we need to be on our P's and Q's. We need to be on our best behavior. They should too.
Wow. Never
They
thought
should
about
too.
it like that.
They should too.
Yeah.
And this is not about,
Right.
and again, and this is anybody. Because again, when you start this crime watch, it ain't going to be just black and whites, because it's going to be everybody's in the inner cities now. Asians, blacks, whites, Indonesians, Africans. So everybody should want to be a part of this. Because this could be your son, your daughter, your brother, your father, your uncle. This can happen to any of us. And that's our issue. We need to stop being emotional. We need to start being reactive instead of proactive, and stop being reactive. That's our problem.
Yep, you're right too, bro.
Tell me what your thoughts is on that.
I mean, I just wish, man, I didn't really have, too many thoughts about the situation. Like I said, I'm normally the one to just sit back and take in a ton of information before I, develop like an opinion, But
well, I know in this situation, a man was murdered.
Yeah.
When he had his hand in his pocket, he had his hand on his thigh to apply more pressure. That's what he had his hand, because as you see, Mr. Floyd, when he passed out from being strangled, asphyxiated, or whatever word fits best, you see him take his hand out of his pocket. So he no longer needs to apply that pressure. So this man was allowed. So there's a lot of things that you look at that video and you unpack it. One, that shouldn't have been allowed to happen.
Yeah.
With all the things that we do, all the hip hop records that I hear where these guys kill each other for no reason. They got all these bullets and all these types of guns. There is no reason why this man should have died that way.
I agree, brother.
There is no reason, because we can't go. I guarantee you they wouldn't go into an Italian neighborhood and do that to an Italian man and not fear that the neighborhood is going to come out and regulate. Doesn't mean that a cop has to get shot. Doesn't mean that a cop has to get hurt. What it does mean that they're going to be on their P's and Q's and say, we can't do this in this neighborhood. We can't do this to this man. Now we can't. And that's the problem. That's our problem. Our problem is, I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
And do you think it's possible that part of the reason why they treat us like this is because they do fear us? Or do you feel that we need to instill more fear in them?
Now, what do you mean when you're saying who fears us? Are you saying white people? Or are you saying cops? What do you mean?
I'm talking about cops in general.
You think, well, yeah, because they're regular people, right? They're regular people. You have some idiots that were probably punks in high school, punks in college. You know what I'm saying? They were bullied. They probably didn't have no life. They probably were suckers. You know what I'm saying? And they get this badge and it gives them a boost of confidence. You know what I'm saying? I'm afraid of the punk with the gun than the guy without the gun.
Mm-hmm.
That's who I'm afraid of. You know why? Because that punk has something to prove. He already has a chip on his shoulder. So people like that are people that they need to do psych evals and get them off the force. Or have black people police black people. I remember back in the 40s and the 50s, in Italian neighborhoods, they had Italian cops. In Irish neighborhoods, they had Irish cops. Have people that live in the neighborhood police the neighborhood. Don't have people that live in Long Island policing people that live in Harlem.
Yeah.
They're not in touch with the neighborhood. They don't know the people. They don't know the lingo. They don't know who they're policing. That's the problem. There is no camaraderie between the police and the citizens. So maybe if we had more black men trying to be cops, more Hispanic men trying to be cops, and go back to the neighborhoods and police it, you'll be able to converse and deal with the people a lot better, a lot easier than it is now. And don't get it twisted. These cops are wearing urban camo, man. Don't get it twisted. You're giving the haves what they want when you go out there and loot, when you go out there and riot, when you go out there and do this. Listen, you're not putting no fear in the haves, because the haves don't live in the neighborhoods that we live in. The police is going to protect Beverly Hills. Believe me. They are not going to let your little riot go over that bridge or go through that road to Beverly Hills.
I promise you that. Yeah, you're right.
It's not going to happen. They're going to put a perimeter and let you burn your own neighborhood. That's what they're going to do. So you're not going to get to the haves. So why are you hurting each other? You come on, man. You're disgracing this man's death.
You're right, bro. Well, I mean, I wish I had an answer, brother, but
the answer is truth. The answer is looking at our situation and understanding that the reason why we act the way we act is because we have no examples of what good men are. We don't have that. When you look at the ratio of men of single parenthood in our community, it's rampant. So you have these men that are being raised by women with these female tendencies. And when I say female tendencies, meaning they're irrational, they're quick to react and not think. They can't explain how they feel. The two words that come out their mouth every minute, you know what I'm saying? NAMI. They wear their pants down to their behinds. They're very emotional.
mm-hmm.
So the first thing they want to do is something emotional. They don't want to think about what's going on. Now when the military comes in, let's see you continue doing what you're doing now. When they tell you martial law is here now, Minnesota, everybody inside, let's see you go out. Let's see you do that dumb nonsense you was doing before. You're not going to do it. You're giving them the reason to military, to activate the military on American grounds. You're giving them the reason. You're giving them the power to do this. This is what they want. They have the answers, and I say this all the time. They have the answers. All they're doing is formulating the questions. They're watching you. They know how we're going to react. They know it. We have to look at the bigger picture, and unfortunately, we're already in it. So what I would love to see is these gangs get together and put their differences aside and say, we police these neighborhoods. Don't think the police officers don't say, this is a blood neighborhood. This is a Crip neighborhood. They know. So Bloods and Crips should police their neighborhood. Not in violence. Don't be the don't terrorize the people you're supposed to protect. Protect your people. Protect
Wasn't
them.
that the origin of?
Yes,
go off topic,
origin.
but
Yeah, the origins of gang started where they wanted to protect their neighborhoods from the police. But it's gone left since then.
Yeah.
It's gone left. And it doesn't mean that we can't come back from being so far left. It doesn't mean that. What it means is we need to get this together. Let's stop being emotional. Let's stop being reactive and start being proactive. Let's get the heads of these gangs together and say, yo, bro, listen, the way we stop this from happening is let's set up, this crime watch where we're in the neighborhoods and these police officers just can't do these things, man. How the hell do 4 police officers tie down this one man and no one does nothing.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like the other three, they didn't see anything wrong with that. I mean, like,
brother, you know what it is?
Chances of 3 people.
We're afraid. We're afraid of the slave master, brother. We're afraid of the slave master. See, when you're taught subliminally and subconsciously not to care about yourself, you have no problem pulling the trigger on a man that has your color or lighter. But we're afraid, we're afraid to regulate when it comes to other people. We're afraid of it. Now, again, I'm not an advocate of violence. That's not what I'm kicking. What I'm saying is the only way we can get other people to love us, or not even love us, to respect us, is we got to start loving ourselves first. That's why I close every stream with take care of yourselves first and then take care of others. Because if you don't have a respect or a love for yourself, how are you going to love somebody else? If you can't look in the mirror and say, I love that man or that woman that I see, how do you expect everyone else to love you? Let me ask you a question, Ronald. If I'm coming to pick you up, we're about to hit the club, and you get into my car is dirty as hell, and you got a gum in your mouth, and you still got that wrapper, are you going to hold that piece of paper in your hand, or are you going to throw it on the floor of my car?
But shoot, it's already messed up. Hey,
it's already dirty.
One little piece,
Right.
Oh, he ain't gonna notice that.
He ain't gonna notice it. Now, you ain't gonna be blatant enough to disrespect me and throw, but you'll probably hold it in your side and then let it go. Why? Because it's already dirty. So if I don't care about my car, why should you?
Man, ooh, that's good. I like that.
It's just common sense.
Yeah.
You want the world to look at us different, but we get up here on YouTube and threaten each other's lives. I'll kill you. I'll do this. Doxing each other, putting people's addresses out, threatening each other. You don't want no smoke, but I guarantee you if the police came to your house, that talk you talk now, you ain't talking in his face. You quick to want to kill your brother. You quick to regulate on your brother. But the other man, you can't. You're a coward. They're cowards. Because a man stands on his square, regardless of whoever is in the room. I'm going to say what I'm going to say because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
It's the right thing to say. You don't switch up. This ain't about how I feel. I can give you my opinion after I give you the facts. Cool. We can go into opinions all day. But opinions are like asses. Everyone has one. Everyone has one. Fact is hard to swallow. Truth is hard to swallow. You didn't have to loot for 3 nights. You didn't have to do that, bro. What you could have done was, like I said last time, get your gangs up. Now, whether you're in a gang or not, get your men together. Start yourself a crime watch. Arm yourselves. You don't have to walk around with, guns or whatever. It can be bats, sticks, chains, whatever. Arm yourselves. One man speaks for the group. You don't have 30 guys. One man speaks for the group. One man walks up to that police officer and says, listen, get your knee off this dude or something really bad is going to happen. Okay? Those 50 guys behind me, they're with me. And we're not going to allow you to choke this man. You need order. That's what they're afraid of. That's what they respect. Order. Order. That's what we don't have in our community is order. We are destroyed for lack of knowledge. We are out of order. Look at every other nationality. They're in order. One church in the neighborhood. Look at our neighborhoods. 50 different churches on 3 blocks. We're out of order. We don't speak articulately. Well, we can't speak articulately. We're very lazy. We don't want to work. We don't want to go out there and set our standards higher. All we want to do is be rappers, basketball players, or drug dealers. That's what we want to be. Now, I'm not telling you something. There's nothing wrong with being a rapper or a football or basketball player. But goddamn, all of us want to be that. You know what I'm saying? There's a few rappers that are garbage, and they just don't want to go out there and get a job. That's our problem, man.
Shoot. Man, I sure appreciate it, brother.
Yeah. What's your last word, brother, before you go?
Nothing really, that I've been watching for a while, I just wanted to get your opinion on all this stuff that's going on.
Yeah, man. It pains me. Do I believe it? Do I believe that we should have done something? Yes, I do. I just think that we should have done it in order. I don't think that we should have rioted and start burning things down. I think we would have said more if we all would have came with sticks or whatever. In the same way those police were standing, we were standing. No one did nothing. No one did anything or whatever. We're just going to keep it in order. You know what? Our brother, Mr. Floyd, is passed. We're not going to allow that to happen to another black man. That's the point. Floyd is gone. God rest his soul. What are we going to do with this opportunity? Are we going to squander it and go back to business as usual? Because that's what black people do, black and Hispanic people. We'll pick it for 4 or 5 weeks because we needed a new TV. And this was our opportunity to go out there and get that flat screen because it was too much. And then 4 weeks from now, we're back to doing the same nonsense. We have to continue saying we're going to, because of this man's sacrifice, and when I mean sacrifice, because of his death, rather, we're going to get mobilized and we're going to get in order. We're going to stop being we're going to stop being the detriment to our community and start raising this village because we need it. Our children need it. Our women need it. Our brothers need the guidance. We need it. So, thank you, man. I appreciate everything, and thank you for being.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Thank y'all, brother.
All right, brother.
Yeah. You have a good one, though.
You too, my man. Miss Nasira, what's going on?
Good evening, Bolo TV. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm alive. I'm here. Thank the Lord. Let me just say this. Nipsey, Des James says Nipsey Hussle death unified the Bloods and the Crips last year. I believe it did. Now we need to have that crime watch where the Bloods and the Crips and in every neighborhood. It's not just blacks, Hispanics, every inner city, because this is about the haves keeping what they have and them getting rid of the have-nots. And we fit into that criteria. Black, white, Chinese, Indonesian, African, all of us are the have-nots. Go ahead, Nasir. What's going on, girl?
My condolences to the party involved. And what the officer did was very hurtful, disappointing, and very hostile. And what the aftermath of that, or what the youngsters did, was also, it was wrong. And it just reminds me of, like, in the Bible where it says, like, my people perish due to, like, the lack of knowledge as far as how they decided to behave afterwards. And from what I saw, I was very disturbed about just the footage from the surveillance camera and all of the parties involved. And
you're talking about the police officers?
Yes, there were 2 officers out there against one guy.
There were 4 officers.
Yeah. Pardon me.
3 of them were on top of him, and that one Asian one was holding the people back.
Yes. And when I see them do things like this, because I have faced them, in the streets as well, as, they always target someone vulnerable, off guard, They always come with backup, and it just shows how dangerous it is to walk in these streets alone. I had a situation where I just kind of want to give some insight on that. There's a pattern that I'm seeing. And there was a situation. I was at the county, and I was sleeping in a car, and it was me, my son, and the father. Right? He lost his job. He went to apply for the county to get a job. So while he was in there to get benefits, they didn't know that I was not there alone. You know, I went in separately with my son and was just asking for resources, but not to apply. And when I walked out, you know, I had my diaper bag on me and I had my baby on my hip. And I walked back to the Tahoe, and I had to, for some reason I couldn't get into the car because he locked the doors. So I had to wait for him outside when he was done, you know, in line to unlock the doors, but they didn't know. Somebody that had been following me and stalking me, because it's just crazy out here. My situation's a very difficult one to explain. She called some officers on me, and some Mexicans came in suits. One approached me, and he was trying to snatch, he reached for my child. He tried to snatch my child out of my hands, and I pivot because, you know, I was in drill team growing up. I pivot, and somehow, by the grace of God, the father of my child saw that officer up in my face. Something made him look back, and I don't know how he saw through them black windows. You know, those county windows are like black tinted. Mm-hmm. He ran out there so fast and got in that officer's face and was like, "Do we have a problem here?" Then the backup came from around the car, and both of them put their hands on him and dragged him around the car. And I got in their face and I said, "You are not allowed to put your hands on him. You are here to serve and protect us." They said, "Oh, really? We are?" Started playing stupid. And I stayed on them. All them black people that just loitered in front of the county building stood and watched and didn't do anything. Okay? And they outnumbered them. So I made sure, and I just kept telling them how they was wrong and they need to let him go. And I followed them all the way across that Tahoe. They got to the back of the Tahoe. Another police car pull up, looked like a, you know, one of the big old SUV type. These men look like military in the uniform. They went and got the real backup. The one that's very fit, looked like they come out the Marines. And it was like 2 more came and pulled up. They put him in a cop car. They start asking him questions. They put him in handcuffs. They start asking me questions. And they start threatening me like, "Oh, we're going to have DCFS come and get your child, and it's going to be harder for you to get him back." And I said, "I do not consent. I do not consent to giving my child. My child is not suffering imminent danger. My child is not abused or, you know, anything like that." I just kept standing on, you know, what I was saying to them. I was standing up to them. And they started asking me questions. "Do you know him?" They start asking me questions about him. I said, "I don't know. You need to go ask him." And they went, "Do you know her?" And asking all these questions about me. He said, "I don't know. You need to go ask her." So they kept going back and forth trying to get us to be divided. And then finally they got fed up and they brought him back out, took the cuffs off of him. Meanwhile, black people are just standing around watching. And I'm crying and I'm like, I'm in fear of my life. And he comes back. They bring him back, and there's an officer to the right of me, an officer to the left of me, officer in front of me, still in his face. And I was like, "Look, I'm sovereign," because they start asking for names and stuff like that. I'm like, "I'm sovereign." And it was just that. And they was like, "Oh, well, why didn't you say anything?" And I seen the guy on the right. He thought I wasn't watching him from my peripheral. He had his hand near his belt. And I saw him try to tase me, and I pivoted again, and I looked at him. I just stared at him. And then he put his hand back, you know, back down to his side. And I didn't say anything to him. They're very sneaky. So what ended up happening they end up letting us go. But that wasn't another situation. I've been at where we were in the car and they had brought like 15 cars behind us and guns drawn us and told us to roll the windows down or they'll shoot. I've been through that too. And
Let me
we
ask
had
you a question.
mhm.
Let me ask you this. How old are you? Do you have children or a child?
I actually have two sons, but my first son, the other dad has sole custody of him. So
Okay.
during
How
this
old?
this is with the second. The firstborn will be 10 this year, and the youngest one is 7. Around this time he was in diapers.
Okay, so you have custody of a 7.
Right.
How's the relationship between
Well, these
you?
are two different
Yeah, I know, 2 different men.
yeah,
How?
the relationship is we're good as far as co-parenting. We annoy the hell out of each other, but it's not a toxic
Cool,
relationship.
cool. So he's in the child's life.
Right.
That's the most important thing. So let me just say this because
Both of them are.
good.
I'm just not in the first child's life, and that's actually when I'm stepping into court now. But the quarantine has slowed it down. They've been postponing my court dates.
Yeah, everything is gonna get back to well as what we can say is normal. But let me say this too, because I want to address this too. There's a lot of black women saying that we shouldn't feel sorry for or have any sympathy or
So when it happens
empathy
to them, I won't feel
for
sorry for her.
well let me finish my statement because I want you to weigh in on it. There's a lot of black women saying that we shouldn't be sympathetic or empathetic towards the family or towards Mr. George Floyd because he had a white woman. How do you feel about
I
about
don't feel any type of way for someone who feels that way. You know, they need to stay out of their feelings. Um, I it ain't for me to feel that way. I don't feel that type of way. For the family, they are due process. They are due some type of like how do you say restitution. Um, you know, they're due a lot. The anxiety and the grief and pain that is causing them to lose someone in an untimely manner and to go out that way. You know,
crazy?
right. They deserve reparation and restitution and an apology and due process.
Well, let me say this. I think any woman, black or not, that feels that way, you are a complete idiot and
Agreed.
dumb. And I hope you have no children. I hope that you are not in charge of another life. If because
Agreed.
this man had a white woman, that you would think or say that I am not going to be sympathetic or empathetic to this situation because he had a white woman. You're an idiot. Well, let me ask you. So, how you been since the last time we spoke?
Well, I've been doing my best.
Took that deep breath.
Yes. I'm like, ooh.
Here we go.
Oh yes, it's
Talk to me about them books.
I actually haven't been reading anything lately.
They still in the crib.
Yeah.
Listen, listen. My job is to put the truth in front of you. That's what my job is. And it's either it's not easy. It is very hard to change the way you've been for a long time and be something else. It is hard. But you have to take it. Well, let me not take that word but. However, you have made a big step, right?
Right.
However, in that step, there are sacrifices that are going to have to be made. You know what I'm saying? In that being said, you are still, there's something in you still holding on.
Yes.
You do understand that, right?
I do understand.
And as long as you hold on, those spirits will still be with you. You do understand that, right?
Yes.
You have not. You have not let those spirits go.
No.
And you have to. If you know, I'm listening to your verbiage. I'm listening to the way you're speaking, and you're speaking different than how you were speaking before. You know, you have God more in your vernacular, you know, and you're speaking more firmly, more stronger. However, Satan is a crafty one, and he can make you think that you got it together, and really we don't.
Yes.
You know, you have to. It's like when you broke up with your children's father, you didn't keep nothing of his in your home, right?
No, he kept all of my things.
But if okay, so let me pose the question this way: would you have kept anything of his?
Mm. Well, yeah, my son, of course.
I mean, well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about any possessions of his. If you two broke up, and there was some things that he had in his home, would you allow him to come and take it, or would you keep it?
Of my things or his things?
Of his things,
No, no, those are, I would return them.
you would return them, right? Because you no longer want nothing of him in your home, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You are starting afresh, right?
Yes. Right.
You don't even want a smell of him in that home, right?
Facts.
Okay. So if you're starting over and you're trying to get your life right, how are you going to keep them books in your home? Anything representing your old life should be gone. Anything. And understand something. Those things, like, you know, those things like mediums and, you know, studying, you know, the horoscopes and all that stuff. That's witchcraft, man. It's witchcraft. And that's not a good thing. It's definitely not. What's holding you to them?
I guess it's just a choice.
What do you mean by that? It's a choice.
Like that's
What's
something.
making you make that choice? Because there's something that's causing you. There's always a cause and effect. Nothing just ever happens to happen. There's always a cause and effect. So what's causing you to make you want to keep those books in your home?
At this time, I'm not even sure I know what's causing me to be drawn to that.
Does it make you feel stronger? Like before you had those books, did you feel lost? Did you feel like, were you looking for who you were? Were you looking for your purpose? Did you feel weak? Did you feel like you had no power? Did you feel like there was so much going on?
Well, I definitely was looking for a way to heal myself and finding a way to learn how to like forgive and let go of bitterness.
Okay. Heal yourself from what?
Well, there's a lot of things wrong with me.
Well, just give me one.
I would definitely say at that time I was very, angry. Um, very stubborn,
Why were you angry?
just I didn't like what I allowed myself to go through, not
What did
standing up for myself.
what did you allow yourself to go through?
I allow myself to you know, go through abuse. Um I went back to it when I left.
How did you allow yourself to go through abuse?
Well, I know, I slept with the guy, that's, was before marriage. I was, doing things that was just against my whole, you know, belief system and my faith.
So why did you do it?
Um, like I rebelled against God. I just was just like,
Okay.
all right, God.
What
this-
makes you say that? I mean, are you seeing that now? Because I know you didn't. Did you
No,
see
no,
that?
no. When before I did it, I said that's, I was just like, this is God. I'm rebelling, and it was just kind of like I'm parting ways. I said that, to myself, to the Lord,
Really, really.
yeah, I was, yeah, I knew what I did when I did it.
Okay. So you knew that these things were wrong against the Father, and you said, "Man, I'm going to do it because
Yeah, yeah.
why? Because why?"
I got mad. Um, I got angry. I got mad.
At God.
And no, not him. I was just mad at my family members. Um, I turned 18 and I was just like, well, you know, I'm put out in the streets, wasn't taught nothing, nobody got me. I felt like I got used and played, and I was like, well, if nobody loved me, I guess I
So let me
forgot.
ask you this. Did you love yourself?
At that time, I don't think I did. I think I think I did before I said what I said. Like, it's just like,
You said you think you did before you said what you said. You think you loved yourself.
well, because I never really thought about self-love.
Okay.
When I did that until now, until you asked me, I wasn't really even thinking about that. I
So
know that the way I lived my life before was of self-love, but then when I said what I said and then the actions after that, I know for sure that wasn't self-love. So then I'm just saying that, like,
So when you said what you said to the Father, were you already on a trajectory of just doing you before that, or were you, a good girl? You tried to do
so
the best that you can
I
do
was
before that.
I was practicing my purity. Everybody knew I was pure, but people
Okay.
would slander me and make it seem like I wasn't pure because they never practiced purity around me.
So
So
so in other words, they put their uh, uh they put how they looked at themselves on you, and then
yeah,
what happened? Everyone started to believe it.
pretty much I just was walking around being stoned for stuff I didn't carry.
So then at that point, you just said, "To hell with it. I'm just gonna
I
do
mean,
me."
that was just one of the seeds,
Right,
that
right, right.
you know
I mean, there was others. We're just dealing with one. There were others, but
right,
that was one of them that just made you say, "I'm just gonna do whatever."
right. And
So
just
what did you learn from that? Let me ask you.
oh yeah,
What did
I would one thing I learned, and I tell the other younger ones that come up under me, I said, look, I kept my purity up until 18, just like you did, and if I could do it again, I would have just said save it, wait till marriage. Um,
So that's what you learned?
I mean, I learned many other things,
I'm
but
talking about
that
from that specific situation, because you said a whole lot of stuff happened. So
right.
from us just talking about that one thing,
Yes.
What else did you learn?
You know, I don't want to like continue to say that one thing, but just for me, that was really the biggest thing because for me, that's what I turned against. I was saving myself for marriage, and I could have avoided so much that I went through had I just.
Okay, can I help you?
Yes, because I wasn't sure. 'Cause I'm just like it. Just
Let
yeah.
me help you. Okay. What we have to learn is this. The power of suggestion is very heavy. It's very heavy. Okay. I can say something enough times, and if you're not fortified in your thought process, in what you believe and what your morals are, you will allow yourself to become that which I say you are. So listen to the words that I'm giving you. You will allow yourself to become that which I say that you are. You gave them that power. They didn't
Yeah.
have it. You gave it willingly. You gave it.
Yes.
And that's the point.
Yes, it's confirmation because my mom didn't know what I was going through because she wasn't in my life like that. And I still haven't opened up to her about a lot of things, but one thing I was telling her about something that bothered me not currently now, but at that time, and it had something to do from my childhood. And she said, you know, you have to let that go. She was saying pretty much the same thing you were saying as far as I was giving my power to people, and I didn't know that I was doing that. I didn't even know like a lot of things that you're discussing, you know, at the time I didn't even know about, you know,
And
feelings and yeah.
yeah, and let me say this. Let me say this too. That forgiving, it's really about I don't want to use the words letting go, but I'm going to use it. Well, you know
Yeah.
what? Let me not use it. It's about moving on, right?
Yes.
It's acknowledgement, acceptance, and then application, forgiveness. Because a lot of the times, it's more or less when you forgive someone, it's more or less you forgiving yourself.
Yes.
And I say that to say you're forgiving yourself. Finish the sentence. You're forgiving yourself for.
I forgive myself for I guess no, I forgive myself for blaming myself,
I'm
hurting my
forgiving myself for allowing them to have power over me.
allowing them to have power over me.
Because remember, the only way, unless they physically accost you and take you, other than that, you are giving your power to them. I'll give you an example. I walk into a room and everybody's sitting, you're in the classroom, and I walk in, I say, all whores stand up. Should you stand up?
I don't know. I don't think I'm a whore, but other people do.
Okay, that's the problem. That's the problem right there. You are not sure of yourself. You are not you are not grounded. You are not rooted. Because if they walk into that if I'm in a room and they walk in and say, all punks stand up, I got nothing to say. I'm not a punk. What he's saying isn't applicable to me. So I'm going to ignore what he said and continue having my conversation with whomever I was speaking with before he walked in. It's when you stand up and say, man, who the hell you think you're talking to? You must think you're a punk.
Because you answer to it.
There you go. He didn't know who the punk was. He just walked into a room of 40 people and said, all punks, shut up. He just threw out a blanket statement. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. It shouldn't, you shouldn't get offended by something that is not you. So if I walk into the room and say, all whores shut up or all whores stand up, and you are unsure of yourself, now we have to get sure of ourselves. See, Satan's job, when you look at what he does logistically, spiritually, his job is to show you where your weaknesses are.
Right.
So wherever he comes in and gets you, when you dust yourself off from the fall that you've taken,
yes,
you fortify that thing because you know that's how he got in.
Yes.
So if I walk into a room and say, and Nasira happens to be in that room, and I say, all whores stand up, are you going to stand up?
No.
Why are you not going to stand up?
Because I'm not a whore.
There you go. But see, you need to understand something. You have to say it with more conviction. You have to believe it. You have to believe it, babe. Because don't get it twisted. It's like your child, right? When your child says, Mommy, can I have that cookie? And you're kind of hesitant in telling your child no. He keeps asking you, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you tell him no, does he keep asking you?
Not when you get firm, because you ain't gonna get the cookie.
There you go.
You gotta eat his food first.
There you go.
Try to eat that food.
So when you're firm in the spirit and say, no, I'm not doing this, you're not just giving confirmation to yourself, you're giving confirmation to your spirit and those that are around you, because there are spirits around us 24 hours a day. So when they hear you say what you're saying with no strength and no assurity, they're like, you know what? If we press her, we can break her. With everything that you've been through, it's a blessing that you haven't taken your life yet. You're a strong woman.
Yes, I'm grateful.
You have to speak that way. Doesn't mean disrespectful, but you have to speak with assurity. Remember, this is not just a physical fight that we're fighting. This is a spiritual fight. And the fighting just happens to be here on this physical plane. But don't get it twisted. It's a spiritual fight. And those spirits are going to stay around you as long as you have them books in that house. See how it all comes back to that?
Yes.
That unsureness that you have, where do you think you get it from? Because the Bible don't speaks about being unsure. The Bible speaks about being firm.
From the adversary?
There you go. So what are we going to do tonight?
Pray?
Go ahead. What else?
Oh my goodness.
What else?
Oh my goodness.
There's something you ain't telling me. There's something that you're not saying. There's something that you're not saying about those books, man. Because you're holding on. There's something that you're not saying. What are you not telling me? Anthony, what's going on, baby? Tell me, what are you not saying? I'm waiting for you to answer.
Like I don't really have nothing to say about it.
You got something to say.
I mean,
What,
not at this time.
what you do? Why are you so enamored with those books?
There's just some things that I want to understand more.
What things do you want to understand? You don't listen. That's the problem. This is what I'm going to say to you,
Mhm.
and I'm going to say this firmly. So please don't get offended. Okay.
I'm not offended.
Okay. Let me say this to you. If you continue down this road, you are going to get lost. Okay. Because you have no foundation. You have none. You have no foundation in the way you speak, in the way you act, and in your life. You're looking for one, but you have none. And what you're doing is you're going to go down a road that you're going to be unable to come back from. You are playing with, pardon the cliche, fire, literally. You know, a lot of people say literally. You're playing with fire. And I can pretty much, not 100%, but I can pretty much guarantee you, you're going to lose. Let me read you a scripture from the Bible, right? This is Leviticus 19. We're going to start at verse 31. It says, regard not them that have familiar spirits. Familiar spirits is necromancy and mediums and things of that nature, reading books like that.
Yeah.
Because with those books comes those spirits, right? When you read the Bible, it comes righteous spirits, right? So when you read the book of Satan or you read all the other books, they have evil spirits. Neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. Okay, to be defiled by them. Would you like the definition of what defile mean?
Yes.
Sure, hold on. Desecrate or profane. That's defiled. Okay, be not, it says, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. And then he says, I am the Lord your God. This is what God is offering you. Would you like to know?
Yes.
This is what he's offering you. But you're only going to get this if you throw those books away. Okay? So do you still want me to read it?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
If I read it, are you going to throw the books away?
Probably not.
I'll read it for you. This is Matthew's chapter 11, verse 28. It says, come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden. You're working, you're tired, you've been through a lot in your life, you're broken, and you're just trying to understand why, correct?
Yes.
Let me read it again. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. God is telling you, I will give you rest. So now what is that rest? Is that speaking physically?
No. The soul.
There you go. The Lord's going to give you purpose. He's going to give you understanding. He's going to give you clarity. He's going to give you direction. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me. You're not learning of God through those books, are you? No, you're not. Because if you were, look, watch this. Okay. It took you a long time to answer. Check this out. Nasira, do you love your son?
Yes.
Do you love your sons?
Yes.
Would you lay your life down for your sons?
Yes.
Do you see the difference?
Yes.
What's the difference?
No, I will.
The difference is there was no hesitation in you answering those questions. No hesitation. When I asked you the question before, you were very hesitant. Let me read it again. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden. I will give you rest. All those things that you need, that emptiness that you feel, because I can feel it. You're empty inside. And you're thinking that reading these books are going to give you the answer to why you're empty. Am I wrong or right?
I never really thought about it.
Okay, think about it. Do you feel filled?
I mean, I don't want to sound ungrateful or anything.
No, just be real. Do you feel filled? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Think about it. Are you searching?
Yes.
Okay. What are you searching for, Miss Sarah?
I don't know. Maybe I need to stop searching.
Okay, so that's the problem. How do you know what you're searching for if you don't know what you're searching for?
Well, I gotta find out what it is first.
There you go. Like you know what the rule of thumb is when someone is lost? Do you know what the rule of say it again?
Get a compass?
Well, let's say I don't have one available and I'm in the woods camping and the seer is lost. What do you think the rule of thumb is?
Look for the North Star?
Stay your black ass where you are. The rule of thumb is when you're lost, stay where you are.
Oh, I understand.
Because you don't know where the hell you're going. You're only going to get yourself further and further and further lost, right? So let's say you and your sons, y'all go to Disneyland. If they're searching for you, that means they're walking further and further away from the place where you last left them because they're looking for mommy, right?
Right.
So the best thing for them to do is stand still. Let me find you. Because if both of us are walking around, it's going to make it that much harder for us to bump into each other, correct?
True, yes.
Okay. So that's my point. So how do you know what you're looking for if you don't know what you're looking for? That's a question. Answer that.
I guess you don't know till you find it.
How are you going to find it if you don't know what you're looking for? How do you know what a good man looks like if you've never had a good man? If you've never had an example of a good man, if you don't know what a good man is, you don't know what one looks like, smells like, breathes like, feels like, or look like. How do you know when you find a good man?
When you become a good woman?
No. See, now you freestyling right now. You freestyling right now. Your answer should be, I don't know. I'd have to figure that out. Right?
Right.
You'd have to find some examples of what a good man is, right?
Right.
Okay. Through those books that you've been reading, has it made you feel any better? Do you feel like you found what you've been looking for?
Well, I do feel like I find what I'm looking for as far as the community wise.
What do you mean the community? What do you mean?
As far as like-minded people.
Like-minded people as far as what?
Like people that's about family.
The only way you can form a family is if you know what a family is.
Right.
Just because everyone in this room is miserable don't mean that they're family.
Mm-hmm.
It just means that we all have one thing in common. We're all lost. So we decided to band together and form the Lost Boys.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say that you form some type of camaraderie with these people,
No, not that I've formed anything with them.
no, meaning that you formed. When I say you formed a camaraderie, where you feel some type of link to them as far as family, correct?
Well, no, I'm just saying like
You know, those are the words that you use, though.
yes, like
Okay, go ahead.
well, I'm not really. I don't have the best communication skills.
No, it's okay, darling. Go ahead. That's what we're here for.
So I'm not really good at expressing myself yet. I mean like when I say like-minded people, they just about family as far as like there's certain things like I don't agree with the Jehovah Witness, but there's certain things it was just like that they offered that I was just like I agree with this, but I don't want to go to your church and I don't but I want to do the classes that you offer as far as like the how to get my family together, like that part, whatever courses they had on about family and things like that. I don't mind coming to my house and talk to me about that. But
You're
as
talking
far
about you're talking about as far as Jehovah's Witnesses.
right, but I'm just using that as one of the examples of something that when they had approached me,
Right.
and so like it's like the same with I guess the books in a sense, like that part of it, just like community wise, but not really too attached to anything deeper than that.
Why?
I just I don't think I'm really ready for that yet,
You're not ready for what?
to really revisit what it is that as far as God or
But here's the thing that's confusing to me. You're reading these books of mysticism, but you're not ready to revisit God. Explain that to me, please. Make me understand that.
I don't know how to really explain that.
You know what you got to start doing? You got to stop saying, I don't know. You gotta stop with the I don't know thing. You gotta stop. What do you mean you don't know? It sounds like anytime there's a deep answer or there's some type of self-reflection that you need to do, you take the easy way out and say, I don't know. I never thought of that.
I mean, I'm just open for suggestions, you know.
That's the problem. You're too open.
Oh my
No,
God.
I'm being serious. You're too open. There is no direction. But let me finish reading the scripture. It says, "Take my yoke upon you and learn of me." So he's telling you, learn of me, right? Go into this book and see what I do.
Yes.
See what I offer you. I'm offering you everlasting life, right? For I am meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. Doesn't it sound like a place that you'd want to be?
Not by myself.
Salvation is personal, mama. We all have to go through this by ourselves, but yet in a community. Does that make sense? In other words, you are going to be your biggest hurdle. And when you conquer yourself and you know yourself, how do you know yourself? Like, you have some people that are alcoholics and they'll tell you, "Duke, I can't go with y'all to this party. Why? There's alcohol."
Oh yeah,
I know me.
yeah.
I'm gonna drink.
Mm-hmm.
So
If
you
a
have
fight break out, I'm be the one going to jail. So I don't
not
do
even,
that.
well, not even that. What I'm saying to you is, you knowing who you are, you know your weaknesses, you know your strengths, you know what you're capable of, you know what you're not capable of.
Yes.
It seems that you don't know any of these things. You don't know what you're.
I really don't.
Okay, and that,
I will see.
and that's what I'm trying to say to you. That we're trying to get you there to the point where you know what you're capable of. But this is what you need to understand. You have to focus on one thing at a time. You can't focus on 10 things at a time, because you're not going to give that one thing that needs your undivided attention. You're not going to give it what it needs. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yes.
So my question to you is, what God offers you here, he offers you rest. He offers you so many different things. My
Yes.
question to you is, do you want that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm telling you that it starts with getting rid of those books. Mom, listen, again, no one can make you do anything. You have to want to do it. You have to. You dig what I'm saying? But understand this. Understand this. And I really want you to understand it. There's two gods on this earth. Two. Well, they consider Satan a god. He's not, but they consider him a god. Can't serve both.
Mm-hmm.
It's either you're going to serve the Father 100% of the time, or you're going to serve the enemy 100% of the time. So even if you're doing it 50-50, you're still serving Satan. Because, some people, they sell drugs Monday through Saturday. On Sunday, they go to church and they think that they're doing something. You're still serving Satan.
Right.
Okay. So you have to make that choice. And here's the thing. And this is not to scare you, but it is to scare you. All of our times are limited. You need to understand that. I really need you to take that in. I can get off this stream and catch a heart attack. I can walk outside and fall down steps. Tomorrow isn't promised to you, and then you're judged off of what you've done, right? So you have to ask yourself, and this is only something that you can ask. Self, did I do a good enough job, or was I actually trying? Right now, you are a tree waving in the wind where the roots are not that deep, according to you. They're not planted firmly into the ground yet because you're still searching, correct?
Yes.
You better make a decision soon. You better make a decision soon. See, that's the scariness of the Father. That you in the here and the now. Make a decision now. Make it soon. When I say now, I'm not saying right now. I'm saying make it soon. Because tomorrow is not promised to any of us.
Yes.
That's why if you got something to say to somebody, say it to them. You love that person, tell them you love them. Don't let the day go by without you telling someone how you feel. That's why the Lord tells you if you have a problem with someone, don't let the night go. Don't let the sun fall on your anger. You got a problem with that person, go talk to that person. Not only that, because then it gets manipulated in the mind when you let it fester. And then it turns into something other than what the actual beef was about when the enemy gets involved into it. Now you're talking about when you stole my girlfriend when I was 8. And this had something, and we're 28, 20 years ago.
Right.
So that's the point. So my point to you is, what do you want, man? Because obviously you feel good in the village, right?
Somewhat.
Okay. You feel somewhat comfortable in the village, correct?
I feel that I feel safe, and that's
good.
Yeah.
That's saying a lot, right? Because there's not too many places that we all feel safe in. Would you agree?
Right.
Okay. All right. So if you feel safe here, has there been a lot of places where you've been safe at, where you felt safe at?
No, that's actually very rare for me to actually feel that, and it usually doesn't even last that long.
Okay, so you feel this place is unlike any other place you've ever been.
Yes.
Okay, so the Spirit of the Lord brought you here. The Spirit of the Lord is talking to you. All you got to do is answer. The commitment comes from you first, because He's already made the commitment. He's already made it. All you got to do is accept it. All you have to do is accept it. Don't you want a family?
Yes.
Don't you want people that you can count on?
Yes.
Here we are. Will you accept it? That's the question.
Yes.
Stop saying yes because you think that that's the right thing to say. Because if you're going to, okay, if you want to accept it, okay, get rid of the books. You see?
Oh my goodness.
You see? Don't you have rules and regulations in your house?
Yeah.
God has rules and regulations in His house. Would you like to hear it? I just read it to you a few seconds ago. You're playing games, man.
Oh, good.
I'll read it to you again. Here it is. This is Leviticus chapter 19, verse 31. And he has more. I'm just going to read this. Regard not them that have familiar spirits. That book that you have, or books that you have, contains familiar spirits, demonic spirits. Neither seek ye or seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am the Lord. Those are rules that the Father operate by. If you gonna rock with me, you can't rock with that. Everyone and everybody that rocks with the Lord had to come and understand those guidelines. And there's a whole lot more, but understand those guidelines, and you got to rock by them, or you don't. You could pick. It's your choice. Hey, Lyric, what's going on? It's your choice. What choice are you going to pick?
The Lord's way.
You know what the Lord's way is, right? You say you're going to pick the Lord's way. The Lord's way is you want a new beginning. And he's willing to give you that. You want to be loved, he's willing to give you that. You want family, he's willing to give you that. But there's things you have to give up. Those books.
Oh.
Celie, what's going on? So that's like me saying I'm going to serve the Lord, but I got a satanic Bible in my house too. I'm giving you an example, man. I'm giving you an example. We can fluff it all how we want. My job is not to sugarcoat it for you. My job is to lay it the way it is so that you can make a distinct decision and we keep it pushing. That's what our jobs are as truth seekers. Because again, salvation is personal. I don't know what you do when it's just you and the Father. I don't know. No one knows what I do.
Yes.
So I know that there's a lot of distractions out there in the world, period. I'm not going to bring it in my house.
Yes, that's true. Yes, yeah. I'm at that point where
all right, so then I don't understand. If you know that something is telling you that this is right, then why is it such a hard thing for you to do? That's why I said that there's something that you're not letting us know or letting me know. Why is it so hard? If you know that this is something that you want to do and you need to do, why is it so hard? There's no judgment here. All of us have been weak. And all of us are weak. Don't get it twisted. I'm not speaking to you as one that's got it figured out. No, not at all. I'm trying to understand why you know what you need to do. Why is it such a hard thing for you to do it? When the only thing you're fighting for is your salvation. That's all you're fighting for. That's it. Lyric made a statement. I'm going to read it to you. You tell me if it's true. She wrote, she's holding on to the fear of what if. She's also not sure if she can trust us. Is this true?
No, I know that I could trust you. I wouldn't tell my business if I did.
Okay, so what about the what if? She says you're holding on to the fear of what if.
What if what?
What if this is not the right way?
No, I don't have no what ifs about that.
So you know that. Okay. So you're saying that you know that this is the right way. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So if you know that this is the right way, because all you're doing is digging a deeper hole for yourself. If you know that this is the right way in your spirit, why is it? And you know that I trust this place. Why are you unable to get rid of those books? It all goes back to there's something that you're not saying. Something is not adding up. What is it about those books that has a hold on you? Nasira?
What?
What is it about those books that have a hold on you? And you know what the crazy thing is? You know the answer.
No, I don't.
You know the answer.
Oh my God.
Let me ask you a question. What are you afraid of losing if you get rid of the books?
Nothing.
Say it again.
Nothing.
So then why can't you get rid of the books?
I mean, I can, but I'm choosing not to.
And I'm asking you why.
Why I gotta get rid of my book?
Well, I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to. I know my man Anthony wanted to say something. I know he came in. Anthony. Anthony, speak to her. One, what's going on, baby? Anthony, go ahead, man. Say something to her.
Yo. I would only have the question is, why do you need them? What do you want them for? That would be my question. So you're looking at either you want control of a situation, you want power, you believe that's a way to obtain it, to get control of whatever situation you think you need. Those are one of the two, because those books offer you one of those two things, but it's never the control or the power that you think that you're going to get. You'll always be enslaved completely. Bolo mentioned it earlier. It's a slippery slope if you're going down with those. Occultic books are always a slippery slope.
You can answer him anytime you're ready, Miss Sarah.
What am I supposed to say?
He asked you, why do you want to keep those books?
Those are my books. So.
Well, you paid for them?
I mean, but I don't even look at it like it's like I paid for it. I just think it's just my business. It's not his business.
It's not whose business?
His business.
Whose business? You talking about Anthony's business?
Yeah.
It ain't his business. None of this is, okay, let me say this. None of this is our business. So let me just put this out in the forefront for you. None of this is our business. This book is not my business. This book is the Father's business. Hear me well. Hear me well, babe. Hear me well and understand me later. This is not my business. This is the Father's, not mine. He's the one whose son died on the cross for us, not me. He's the one that takes this personal, not me. I don't take this personal at all. You know what I'm saying? I do not take this personal at all. Hell, you could say F you, Bolo, and hang up. Not that you would do that. I'm not saying you would. I'm just saying that I don't take this personal. It hurts me to see that my people are in the position that they are. Yes, it hurts me. But this is not personal for me.
Yeah.
Because I know the direction that I'm going in. Anthony knows the direction he's going in.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying? We know the direction that we're in. You're the one with the problem of the direction. It's you.
Yes.
So we're trying to get you on the right direction so that now you can start figuring out things for yourself. Right now, your compass is not working. So when you say, I'm just going to hold on to these books, and by you giving him that response, you just answered my question. I just caught it. You said that when he said, what was the issue for you keeping them books? You said that it was none of his business. You ain't say it that disrespectfully.
I don't think it is.
I got you. So then there is a reason on why you're keeping the books. There's a reason. You just confirmed it.
Right.
Huh?
Okay, right.
Okay, so my question to you is going to be, what's that reason? Can you share it with me?
No.
So you can't share it. Well, let me say this. You're going to need to figure that out then, babe. You're going to have to figure that out. Whether you do it with someone that you trust, or you do it in prayer, or however you do it, you need to do it. You need to do it. Because you will always be in that limbo of saying to yourself, I don't know. And in these days that we're going into, it's definitely not a good thing to be in that mind frame of I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Zach, you wanted to say something? Zach. I don't have you muted. Zach, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. You want to say something to her? Or say
Yeah, I
something?
mean, not really. It was a totally different subject that I wanted to speak on. So I mean, I can wait.
Okay, so give us a couple of minutes. High risk
Okay.
one, what's going on, brother? How you feeling?
What it is?
Chilling. You wanted to say something to her?
Nah, I was just
Oh,
listening. If
oh,
if
okay.
that's the same young lady that got offended last week, I swear that wasn't my intentions, and I just want to apologize about it.
Okay, cool. Do
But
you
what it is,
accept?
Bolo? How you doing?
I'm good, brother. Sarah, do you accept his apology?
Apologize for what? I don't even know who he is.
Okay, so then we'll move on. Listen, so like I was saying again, you have to, make a decision. Again, you have my email address. You do have my email address, right?
Yes.
Email me if you want to kick it on the side or whatever, and get a little more in depth, or you may not want to go too deep right now, so it's cool. So
Yeah.
I don't want to keep focusing on you. So Zach, talk to me. What's going on, Zach? You wanted to shift the topic? Let me unmute you. Hold on. Go ahead, Zach. Can you hear us?
Yeah, how you guys doing this evening?
We all good.
What up?
We good.
Well, I just wanted to talk about something that's been on my heart all day. I know we talk about not being in your emotions a lot, but today after leaving work, I felt pretty emotional, and the emotion I felt was embarrassment.
Why?
Me personally, because I'm like one of three black guys at my job, and
Okay.
what I do at my job, the other two black guys, they're not really around, so it's like me and like 7, 8 other white guys. You know what I mean? I'm a mechanic, and when I got to work this morning, all of them were talking about the riots, and all of them were kind of just like focusing, looking at me like for answers, just trying to figure out why my people is doing this craziness in the streets.
So are they white?
And yeah.
Oh, okay.
And it was kind of like they wasn't blaming it on me, but it's like they were as confused as I am about why they're rioting and burning down their whole communities. So their focus was looking at the only black guy in the shop. Like, well, do you know why they do
the answer? You got the answer. What's the answer?
You speak for all black people, Zach.
That's what I'm do. But my thing is, you know what I mean? I'm probably feeling the same way that the other white people are feeling, like it's stupidity. But
Right.
but I felt very, very embarrassed. I mean, I somewhat felt uncomfortable, because it's like, they looking at me as like Brother Zach, why is your people burning down their community? And I'm like, I don't know. You know what I mean? So I just, it didn't bring tears to my eyes, but I've been thinking about it all day, and it kind of made me tap more into, I'm really starting to understand why different nationalities, whether it's Asians or Caucasians or Arabs or whatever, how they view us, because all we really represent as a majority is nonsense. You know what I mean? And it was really quite embarrassing for me being at work today, and that's all they're talking about is how these fools down in Minneapolis, or Minnesota, or wherever they are, Minneapolis, Minnesota, how they're just tearing up their own communities, So I mean, I just
can I paint a picture for you, Zach?
Go ahead, bro.
Do you watch the news a lot?
I watch Fox News, but I Fox News.
Watch Fox News?
Yes.
Okay. Let me help you out with something. Let me paint a picture for you. What have you been doing for the last 2 months?
Sorry.
What have I been doing for the past 2 months?
Yeah. What have you been doing for the last 2 months?
For the last 2 months, I've been making sure that my family is safe during this quarantine, and I've been doing a lot of fishing by myself, and I've been working.
Ah. So in that last 2 months, when you've been taking care of your family, right, and you've been working, you've been you've been fishing by yourself, right? It's been a lot of. Do you see a lot of people out on the road when you're moving around?
Not really. Not here in Michigan.
Not here in Michigan, right? We didn't either, where I'm at, until about, I would say probably about over the last 2 weeks, things have picked up.
Yeah,
picked up big time, and you see more people out and about. But for the most part, you could drive anywhere and get what would normally take about 45 minutes because of traffic. Took all of probably about 15.
True.
Yeah.
Right. So you had people that were stuck in their house. And you had people stuck in their house because of what?
The stay-at-home order.
The stay-at-home order. Exactly. Why was there a stay-at-home order?
Because it was a national scare because of the COVID-19.
Exactly. You were ordered to stay in your home for a virus that had a 98% recovery rate. 33 million people, 40 million people now have either lost their jobs or about to lose their jobs. Unemployment in record numbers. And from that point, you introduce the idiocy that happened over this past week. Now, what happened over this past week, they paint as what?
Injustice to the black man. A black man being unjustifiably murdered by white policemen.
By white policemen. How many policemen killed that man?
I believe it was one that physically killed him, but it was 4 that was on the scene.
There were 4 men that killed that man.
Okay.
The one they showed on camera the most had his knee in the guy's neck, and he was white.
True.
But not even a foot from him, there was a Hispanic guy with holding him down in his back, and had another white guy holding him down at the legs. And they had an Asian Barney Fife telling everybody to keep back. Back up! Back up! Get out the street! Back up!
That shit was funny, bro.
But how did they paint that picture?
They painted it as white policemen or white policemen hunting black people.
That's
the same thing
right.
as they tried to paint the Ahmaud Arbery story.
Exactly. Now, they're painting that as a white man, a white police officer killed a black man yet again. That's what they painted it as.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. That's not a true statement. It looks true on camera until you see the whole incident. And then when you see the whole incident, things start to make sense. So now I give you now after I painted that picture to you, I'll give you this one here. Who started the fires?
White people, Antifa.
What if I told you it wasn't Antifa?
Well, I seen a post where it was a police officer that might have done it.
It was a combination of both. Now, I ask you another question. So I'm trying to paint this picture for you. So I want you to get all of this.
I'm with you, brother.
Where did they come from? The members of Antifa.
I don't know, maybe DC, Washington D.C. or something. I don't know.
A lot of them came from the West Coast.
From California, and yeah, for sure.
California and Washington and Oregon, and drove
Okay.
up. You had a few that came up from Colorado.
Okay.
What is the job of Antifa?
To stir up nonsense, to create havoc.
Who are they funded by?
The far left.
Who in specifically are they funded by?
As far as I know, just far left elitist.
Go look up a guy by the name of George Soros.
George Soros. Yeah. I knew you was about to say that. Yeah.
So what you have right now, and I dare anybody to go check all this out. I'll dare anybody to go check all of it out. Just go look at, get away from Fox News, get away from CNN, get away from CNBC, and go look up news sites and look at the pictures and watch the film footage and all of these other places outside of these main media outlets. Because the main media outlets say that black people are burning and looting. And they show it on TV and Target, and they're running out of Target with TVs and everything else. Who else is running out of Target with TVs?
Antifa.
Antifa folks, white folks, Hispanic folks. You see what we're doing, right? You see you see the picture you see the picture I'm painting for you.
Yeah.
So let me take this away from let me change it up a little bit for you, just a little bit.
Let me ask you a question. Anthony, let me ask you a question. Do you guys think, and this is for everybody, do you guys think that Latino people are not black?
Do I think Latino people are not black?
Yeah.
To tell you the truth, Bolo, for me personally, it doesn't matter.
No, I'm just asking.
And the reason why I'm saying that is because you'll see, because like for me personally,
right?
You have the people that were native to the area.
Right.
When you look at Central and South America,
okay,
who mix with people that came from the islands,
right?
Which some were slaves coming out of Africa, some were native islanders.
Okay.
And then also you got to look at the blacks that came down to South America and that lived there. Some from slave trade, some were free. And you also look at the people who were indigenous at that time were also of some were of a lighter color, some was of a darker color. Depends on what region and range that you were on. To me personally, to tell you the truth, I look at it like this, and this is where I was going with this.
Go ahead.
And this is why I was painting that picture. Bolo said something about some things a little bit earlier, and she's not. Hold on one second.
Okay, while he's doing his thing, I'm gonna say that. Listen, yeah, what's going on, Coach? Let me just say this before you jump in, Coach. What I'm gonna say is this: we need to understand that Spanish people are the tip of a dark, deep well, man. That's what they are. They're Spanish-speaking black people. So although society tries to separate them from darker skinned blacks and give them their own nationality, all of us have our own nationality. But when you look at white people, it doesn't matter whether they're German, Russian, or whatever. They're all Caucasian.
That's true.
So you know what I'm saying? We're the same people, man. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, and to that point, and that's why I was about to say what I was about to say, which is what you're looking at right now is when you look at the haves and the haves not, like Bolo likes to mention, you're looking at what you got right now is the state versus the citizen. That's what you really have, and the police departments are the teeth of the state, followed by military. So if we want you to do the one thing they didn't want to have done right now, and it's coming, especially up on that side because they've already started moving stuff in and moving those chess pieces around. But the thing is that when you look at that, it's about restricting the freedoms of everybody. That's what it's all about. It's not about doing away with people because we need you to work.
But we don't need that many.
We don't need that many, but we need you to work.
Oh, no doubt.
And we need enough to be exactly what you've seen right now. We need you to be docile in your condition. And if you're not docile in your condition, you are a problem. We will get rid of you. What happened was the man that got killed, George Floyd, was the burning of the wick on the stick of dynamite for people that people were having, partially that people would have enough, and that yes, that life would be used to usher in the pieces that are happening now, which is they're starting to institute, especially up in Minnesota, martial law. That whole area up in there for no reason. If you would have went there 2 weeks ago, you wouldn't have seen any like there was any trouble, and no one would have been upset, and no one would have been mad or anything else. You would have some people that were just like everyone else that were bored, that were tired of being stuck in the house, that were, discontented. You would have had that kind of thing, but nothing like what you have today during that time. And all it takes is the wrong spot, and you light the fire in the right piece of brush, and boom, there it goes.
They knew all it takes to get black people. Here's the thing, man. If black people really wanted to stop all of this from happening, we should have did that 3 deaths ago.
We should have done it long. Yeah. And that's why when you sit there and you talk about us, black people mobilizing, right? And going with these things with an agenda to having things accomplished outside of just you think about all of the ire should have been directed at that police station, the people in charge, and then the city councilman, the mayor. These are the people who should have been held accountable. But those things didn't happen. Those things didn't happen because what? There was no quote unquote piece of injustice to quote unquote get behind.
Here's the thing, Anthony. Mm-hmm. Our problem is these people that we call leaders, which are really puppets, and they're the real Uncle Toms and the real sellouts. These people only come out when you're ready to ask for justice and you're ready to say, I've had enough.
Exactly.
We've heard nothing from Al Sharpton for the whole damn 3 months. Nothing. And there's black people shooting black people every day. That man, his passport or his goddamn airplane, he should have so many miles on his air flight that there shouldn't be a problem. And let's be real, he's a damn snitch. He used to work for the feds.
Yep.
He used to work for the feds, and he admitted it.
But those things get conveniently left out.
Yeah, they get left out. Look that up.
And that's my point. And that's my point.
Every time we're ready to stand up and do something, and I'm not talking about violently, because that's what they're expecting us to do something. Mm-hmm. They're always expecting us to burn something down. Why don't we say, you know what? This is what they want us to do. They wanted to activate military, and you gave them the reason to do it.
Yes, and that's the point. When you look at what was done, why do you think they didn't move in and stop it from before?
Of course not.
Right. We're going to go ahead and we're going to use this to go ahead because why? We need another crisis.
We need people to say they want us to come in.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Think about it. Think about it. Think about how fast this went. And I'm going to show you just how crazy this is. You went from a COVID-19 lockdown that, truth be told, they did not want this to end.
Yes.
They did not. This was supposed to go through and go down until somewhere toward the end of the year, maybe.
It's still gonna
that doggone vaccine had to get in here first.
But
I'll tell you right now, just like Dr. Tenpenny said, I'm 100% agree. I told my story on the whole deal. If you take that vaccine or you get that vaccine to any of your folks, you're a fool. But on top of that,
so let me ask you a question. So let me ask you a question. So let's say do you work for yourself or are you working for someone?
Both.
Okay. So let's say the people that you work for say, listen, it's mandated that we have to take this vaccine. What do you do?
Guess that's my last day of work.
Okay, cool. So now you're gonna make me paint you into a corner. I don't get it.
No,
I'll do it. I'm gonna paint you to the corner. How about this now? They roll up into your house and say, check this out, G. For you to continue working or continue your business, you're gonna take this shot. No one ain't rocking on this American soil unless they take their shot. This shot. What do you do?
Got a right to bear arms.
There you go.
Okay, so then.
But here's also what you have the right to do as well.
Can I say something?
Hold on one second, High Risk. Let him answer, then you can rock. Go ahead.
Hold on. You also have the right to leave.
Okay, but here's the thing on that, Anthony. This is a world pandemic.
It is, but
But here's
the deal.
But here's the thing. If they tell you, listen, okay, you want to try and leave, to get on an airplane, you need to take this vaccine. Everybody needs to take this vaccine. You ain't getting out of this country unless you take this vaccine.
Again,
and there's a reason why I'm being an asshole right now.
No.
There's a reason.
You're perfectly within your limits to do this.
So go ahead. So what's your next move?
They will have to forcibly give it to me.
Okay, so now
I will fight it. I will jail it or whatever else.
Got you.
But here's the deal: even if it's my family,
right?
Because my wife, my kids, they know the drill.
Right.
They know the drill. And the deal is, and this is what no one wants to fight, is the unconstitutionality of that said law.
Listen,
you cannot force. But if they were to do that, and I have to go, if I have to go down, I have to go down.
So when you say go down, you mean if you die, you mean die?
Die in prison or whatever.
Okay, cool.
You have to be willing to stand.
I got you.
On
I agree. I agree. Go ahead, Iris. You want to say something?
Yes, I do, bro. And Bolo, I understand where you're going with this, bro. And yes, you are right. If it comes down to it, and this shit is mandated, yeah, it's real easy to say you ain't gonna take it now. But when they tell you can't get your driver's license, when they tell you you can't get your ID renewed,
give it back to whatever is the Caesars, give it back. What's so hard?
Well, hold on. What I'm saying is,
let him finish. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, back to my point, Bolo, a couple weeks ago, when I said many are called, few are chosen. It's either it's going to be a divine intervention, or people gonna have to take the shot.
Not necessarily.
Hold on. Let me respond to what he just said, because he made a good point.
1 second, Bolo. Hold on. Go ahead. All I'm trying to say is, it's real easy to say right now, you would not take the shot. We understand the circumstances. Yeah,
they already came at me about and a mark of the beast, dude.
Mom, wait. Let's slow it down. Hold on. First of all, the shot is not the mark of the beast.
I understand that. I'm not saying
hold on.
I've already been approached by people that try to be the 666 and a mark of the beast, and
Sarah,
I went through all of that. And I think that was the easy thing to do. And you're talking about a shot.
No, what I'm saying to you is, Sarah, what I'm saying to you is this. Okay, first let High Risk one finish. Go ahead, brother.
I understand all that. I understand what she's saying, Nasira. I understand all of that. But all I'm trying to say is, when your job come up to you, you've been working for years, say, hey, we gotta let you go unless you take this shot. Hey, you can't get your 401k unless you take this shot.
It tells you that you're gonna take a shot. You speaking up on yourself. You ain't speaking up on me.
Right, he's only
No,
he can only speak
no,
for himself.
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I'm speaking up for myself because I really do have faith that I am one of the chosen ones. Many are called, few are chosen.
Let me
I
add to
believe
that.
that. So I would take that shot, knowing.
Let me say this, Iris. Let me add to what you're saying. This is what we need to understand, guys. Okay, where we're going. Listen, by no means am I saying that I want to take the shot. So let me get that out the way. I do not want to take the shot. Okay,
Bolo, none of us want to take the shot.
I got you. Well, I'm speaking for me. I got you. What I'm saying to you is this is where the scripture, no weapon formed against thee shall prosper. You need to understand that we're in a situation where this is Satan's world.
Okay,
and
can I ask you a question on that?
Hold on 1 second. Let me finish
okay.
it if you can. If the Lord allows, okay, and I'm speaking very clearly, if he allows this to go further to the point where either they're gonna dose you, like my man Anthony said, lock you up, because they're gonna still dose you when they knock you out or whatever, or kill you. You have to have the faith enough to know that, listen, I don't want to take this, because whatever they're gonna put into my blood is whatever they're gonna put into it. First of all, it's not the mark of the beast.
No,
it's not the mark of the beast. Let's get that out the way, because a lot of people, I'm not saying you said that, baby. I'm just saying a lot of people is thinking that's what it is. You have to understand that when you read Revelations, it talks about work, that they had the mark in their foreheads. That's talking about doing wickedness willingly. That's what it's talking about. Okay, it's not talking about you having a little mark on you that says 666. No, it doesn't mean that. What I'm saying to you is, if we're in a situation, if the Lord allows this to go the way it's going, and you're in a situation where you have to, and remember, the Lord tells you too, I don't want my worshipers to be dead. What good does that do for me? So you have to understand, we will, the prophets were under persecution.
Then I give up my life.
Then if that's the choice you choose to take, cool. Then cool. But understand, like I said to you before, we need to have the faith enough to know that whatever this man makes cannot destroy us.
Well,
do you know it? Do you know they ponder on how black people go through what they go through and yet still get up on Saturdays and Fridays and go to party with everything that we've been through? They still wonder and ponder, how is it that we beat these people down, destroy these people, and they still flourish? That's because the Lord is showing you no weapon that these cats have can destroy you, and that's with blind faith. Now imagine coming with the faith, knowing, dogs, listen, first of all, I'm not going to take the shot willingly. Right. I don't want to take it. You're going to have to restrain me. But in you restraining me, I'm still going to have the faith that this don't mean nothing.
Amen. Yes.
It doesn't mean anything. So like my man Harris once said, it's easy to say right now, I ain't taking no goddamn shot. And I'm telling you, I ain't taking no damn shot willingly. No. I never volunteer for nothing when it comes to this goddamn government.
Yeah, I understand that restrainment you speak of, but what I'm saying is, what if they financially restrain you? What if they restrain you can't do nothing. Fuck holding you down and making you taking it. We ain't gonna do that. Nah.
No, they will.
Nah, they will.
They can do that. They can
will.
Do that. But
yeah,
what you gotta
financially,
understand,
yes, they can ruin you, like you're saying. Yeah, they don't have to physically do it, because before it gets to the physical, it's gonna go through the financial first.
Right. So the question now becomes, what do you do? Like you were saying. And the deal is,
do y'all really believe the vaccine is coming?
Yes.
It's already patent.
Yes,
it's already patent.
Coming.
In order to have a vaccine.
The question becomes, right? The question becomes, is it forcibly mandated?
Yes.
That was my next question.
If it's forcibly mandated, that's one thing.
Yes. Your man Dr. Ryan said, we are going to come into your house and remove you.
Right. That's from the
World Health Organization, WHO. It's already done.
Can I ask another question?
Go for it.
Go for it.
How much of that do any of y'all think that's fear mongering? Because and let me say this, because I asked that because if they really go through with that, if okay, we'll forcibly come in your house and make you think of how many senseless deaths are going to happen from that, bro. Now a lot of people are not having that.
Let me say this to you, High Risk. They already said that we need to go by the Georgia Guidestones. The Georgia Guidestones says that for the world to work at a perpetual balance with nature, we have to dwindle the world's population to 500 million. There's approximately 7.5 billion people on this planet. So they're willing to lose a couple of billion if they need to. But adding to that, House Resolution 66, okay, which passed May 1st, it says to authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services to award grants to eligible entities to conduct diagnostic testing for COVID-19 and related activities. Related is big. Anything like it. Related activities such as contact tracing through mobile health units and as necessary at individuals' residences and for other purposes. Let me read further down. Okay. It says here. Hold on. Because this is already passed. We're going through this already. It's already done. This is not something that they're making. They've made it. It says here. Hold on. All right, here we go. Priority in selecting grant recipients under this section. The secretary shall give priority to applicants proposing to conduct activities funded under this section in hotspots and medically underserved communities. You're saying the hood right there.
Yep.
Because medically underserved.
What
the fuck is that?
Poverty stricken.
Yeah, poverty-stricken areas.
I never heard that term in my life.
Yeah, brother.
Because there's not a lot of hospitals.
God damn.
There's not a lot of hospitals, and there's not a lot of hospitals.
Undeserved?
No,
underserved.
Underserved.
Oh, underserved. Oh, I thought the Oh boy, I'm glad y'all corrected me.
Yeah. So a lot of those clinics that you see, those little 24-hour clinics, or those type of places like that.
Emergency care.
Yeah, emergency care. A lot of those places that you see there, those are going to be the ones that are really going to be doling out the vaccines, and you'll probably have some mobile units for people to come up and get shots. It's going to happen. My point behind that whole thing, and that's why I was able to say what I've said. I have also there's preparations in place, right? So one of the things that we have to understand as well, because here's the deal. We're all saying here that nobody wants to take the shot. And there's going to be some people that will have to take the shot just for the methods to live, right? If they start affecting your jobs with taking the shot or not taking the shot, that's gonna hurt most people. Most people are gonna say, "I need this job," so to take this shot to take this job. But it all comes back to the individual person, right? The individual person makes this call. You know, are you gonna go along to get along, or you're gonna do it with protest, or you're gonna do it to, like Bolo was saying, I'm doing it under protest. You're gonna have to make me take it, but even if you make me take it, I know who I believe in, and I'm more than my faith is more than what, and my faith in God is more than what you can do to me. So if God has me have adverse reactions to this shot,
right there, boy.
boom, I'm gone, but I know where I'll be. If he says and makes it where nothing happens to me, then nothing happens to me. God's will be done, right? But there are others who say, okay, well, fine, I'll just be off the grid. and they'll grow their own food, they'll drink well water, they'll hunt for their meat, or whatever else that goes along with it.
This is what I learned, man. This is what I learned.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was there. The mind frame that you're in, I was there, brother. And what I'm saying to you is this. You got to understand that the Lord is telling you, put all your faith in me. Doesn't mean that you don't prepare. That's not what I'm saying. You prepare. What I'm saying to you is the haves got the earth on smash. You better understand that. They have the earth on smash. So when you're talking about cats trying to grow food, don't think they won't find you, G.
It's not that.
I'm not saying that you might have some time. Hey, they may say leave it, do the loan. I don't know. I always like dealing with the worst case scenario. That's how I've always rolled. I'd rather have the umbrella not needed than to need it and not have it. That's how I've always rolled.
Right.
What I'm saying to you is that doesn't mean that I'm not going to do everything in my power not to do it, not to take it. What I'm saying to you is we need to understand that the Lord gave this man dominion over this earth. Understand what that means. The same way Adam had it, Satan got it.
Right.
Adam had dominion over everything, every little dark cloud, everything. Satan has it too. And the only reason why I'm speaking like this is I don't want any man to put faith in what they do. And I'm not saying that's what you're saying, Anthony. I'm just saying I don't want any man or any woman to think that what they can do can stop this dude from doing what he's doing. Our faith has to be in the Father. I mean, we have to do.
So, hey, Bolo, can I ask you a question, bro?
There has to be I want Anthony to respond because I cut him off in the middle.
Okay.
So go ahead, Anthony.
And I think you're kind of misunderstanding what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm trying to say, and so I'll try to go ahead and rephrase it, right? If this becomes a mandate, right? Do I think that they will be hunting people down to give them the shot and all this other stuff? No. But do I think they will make it hard for people to not get the shot? I mean, make it hard for people not get the shot. And I think the answer to that is yes. But my question is, this is why I say it becomes a personal thing. It's the same thing right now. You see a lot of stuff right now with, I'll give you homeschooling, for example. Not the same thing, but it's the same vein, right? If you try to homeschool you, depending on where you are in the nation, if you try to homeschool your kids, it's hard to do it because of all of the things that are built around, from everything from the Department of Education to your local state regulations, and then you get down to your county regulations and stuff like that. There are some areas where you really can't homeschool your child. There are other areas where you can freely homeschool your child. And I say that to say this. I believe this is how, in many ways, the vaccine thing is going to happen. Now, do I put my trust in what man can do and what man can't do? No, I don't. Myself personally, I don't. But there's one thing that, even though that Satan, like you said, he has dominion over this, and we've talked about this before, Bolo. Yeah. He has dominion over this, over the world right now and everything else. There is something, right? We kind of talked about that a little bit ago too, and we talked about how the spirit basically is acting as a buffer right now. I believe it happened in 2016 when Trump got hired. I believe it 100%.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean what I mean by that is that Trump was the fly in the ointment, if you understand what I mean. I believe that if Hillary would have been elected, we would have been further on the path of destruction than we are right now. I believe that 100%. I believe Trump was not that Trump is some godly person that some Messiah, salvation, all that other foolishness that some people sit up there and talk about. But he was the break in the link for destruction. He was the restraint. He was put there by the restrainer. So when you look at, for example, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Yeah. So if you look at 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 7, and it talks about it starts talking about the end times, right? And so we go into verse 5. It says, "Do you not remember that when I was still with you, I told you these things? What things? And now you know that what is restraining, that he may be revealed in his own time. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work." We're seeing this stuff today. "And only he who now restrains will do so until he is taken out of the way. And then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord will consume with the breath of his mouth and destroy with the brightness of his coming." That's talking about the Antichrist. But what I'm saying is that there is a buffer to ultimate evil, is my point. And that's why I can say what I was saying, is that although I don't believe that anything that I can do physically could stop the devil from doing anything, I do believe that God restrains evil in this day and time until he will no longer restrain evil at the end. He will let it come to pass. And so that's why I say, even with the stuff like right now, you mentioned HR 666, and that is 100% true. And people even forget that they're trying to pass HR 5717, which is basically they're marking up all the guns and the ammo. So if you don't have yours, you might as well go get it. So that's the point that I'm talking about.
Can I address that?
Sure.
Okay. Everything you said, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. This is what we need to understand. What we need to understand is when we talk about Trump and we talk about Hillary and we talk about Barack Obama and all these dudes work for the same people, bro. They're the same coin. They're the same coin. Trump ain't nobody different.
What I'm trying to say, though,
No,
I agree with you. I
understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is like I always say, I like dealing with the root instead of the branches. Trump is a branch. That's all Trump is. He's a branch. Let's deal with the root. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual wickedness, against principalities, and against powers in high places, the rulers of darkness of this world. Let's not get caught up into Trump or caught up into Hillary. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying I understand your point. I'm just saying for those that don't.
Okay, I can hear you with that.
Don't get caught up into this stuff, man. These are all puppetry that they want us to get caught up into, to think that there's a way that this can be worked out. It cannot. We are going down this road and there is no turning back. So Trump is doing a job that he's supposed to be doing. Trump has no power. He has the same power Barack Obama had. Same power that baby Bush had. And whatever they're told to do by the globalists and the haves, they do. The Rothschilds, the DuPonts, the Gettys, the Rockefellers, they tell them what to do. So let's not get caught up into Trump is going to, what's the phrase they're using? Drain the swamp?
No, that's not happening.
Trump ain't draining a goddamn thing. He ain't draining nothing. Whatever they tell him to do, he's doing. Because I'm sure they showed him that Kennedy video.
Well, they probably showed all of that Kennedy video.
I'm sure they showed him from that angle. I'm sure they showed it to him. Like, gee, everyone can get touched, brother. So just do what you're told. There's no way in hell you're going to get to this point of power and think you're going to make a change. It doesn't go that way.
To that point, I got to step out for a few minutes. I'll be back in a little bit. I'll pick up this. We can pick all this up.
Definitely.
You guys go ahead and handle what y'all doing. But I'm staying. I'll stay in. But
all right, I'm gonna
drop out into the back.
Okay.
All right.
So we need to understand what's going on. You know what I'm saying? If you want to say that you're not going to take the vaccine, I'm with you. I'm with you. What I'm saying is be prepared for the worst. Like David said, Trump only has what God has allowed. That's it. We have to understand this world is given into the hand of the wicked. The wicked is running this earth right now. The wicked. Trump ain't gonna do. What is Trump gonna do? Tell me, what can Trump do? When Ephesians 6:12 says that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. What is he gonna do? What is Trump gonna do? Trump is gonna come in there and say, nah, this is what we're doing, man. We're doing this, we're doing that. Y'all gotta listen, y'all need to stop focusing on that hand that magician wants y'all to look at. Stop looking at that dude telling you, baby, I'm gonna be different, but he bust you in your eye just yesterday. Stop feeding into the bull crap. The dude beats you. Leave him. Leave him. All they're doing is getting their ducks lined up in a row the same way Hitler did with the Jews in Germany. He passed the laws, he did what he had to do, and then he sprung the damn thing. That didn't happen overnight. These laws that they're passing under our eyes, under these things happening right now, we're rioting and cats is bugging the hell out. These things, they got to pass the laws first, so that it is legal for us to come into your crib with us, for them to come into your house and dose your ass. So that it's legal for you to take away your freedoms. This is what they're doing. And that's why I said to you, Nasira, we don't got time to play.
Yes.
Time is short. For our Savior is nearer than we think. We don't got time to play this game.
Yes.
So when you sit there and you say, yo, you know what, I'm going to hold on to these books. You hold on to them. You hold on to them. When you get visited, Lord forbid, when you get visited, let's see how them books help you. Because here's the thing. All those books and all them spirits that are in those books, they answer to the Father.
Yes.
That's why I'm trying to tell you, why deal with the books? Why deal with the branch when you can deal with the root? The root is the Father.
Yes.
So why deal with all the nonsense when you can go straight to the book that covers it all? That's the Bible.
Yes.
So we got to stop playing this game, because the only people that are going to lose is going to be yourself. And when I say yourself, I'm meaning everybody. We can't lie. I can lie to all of you guys in the village. The only person I can't lie to is me. I can't lie to me. So if I'm messing around on the back end, everything is being recorded. Everything. Because if there's wickedness, believe me, there's righteousness.
Yes.
You better understand that. So if you're on the fence, and this is for everyone out there, if you're on the fence, you better get off that fence real soon. Please get off that fence. Seek truth. Yo.
May I say something?
You may.
No, I didn't want to cut you off. So when you finish, let me.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Right on this point that you're talking about. I can go?
Go ahead.
Okay. I got a question. The question I've been wanting to ask you. What is getting good with God?
I don't understand your question.
When you, just like how you just told us, when you're on the fence, the only way to get off the fence is to get good with him, correct?
Yes.
So I'm asking you, what is that? Not on your personal behalf, but on a general basis. Because that's why most people don't have faith, because everything is so general.
Okay. So you want a specific answer?
Not from your life perspective or from you per se.
You want it from God.
No. Hold on. Just like you said, if you're on the fence, you better get off real soon.
Yes, sir.
In my perspective, the only way I've got off the fence, I've got off the fence is to get good with him. But I know my reason. So what I'm asking you is, what is it when somebody says you better get good with God and you better do it quick? What is getting good with him?
Okay, that's a very good question. And I will do my best to answer you this way. Hold on. I'm looking for it right now as we are
And
talking.
hold on, then don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to.
I got you, brother. Don't
Okay.
you good. You
all right.
good.
All right.
You good.
Okay.
You are completely good. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to get this while you're speaking. Okay. So say your question again.
Okay. You just said to us, to the village, we need to get off the fence and we need to do it fast. But in order to get off the fence, you have to get good with God.
Yes, sir.
So my question was, what is getting good with God? Not you per se, but just in a general basis.
I got you. Here, this is Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 13. Now, Hyrus One's question is, how do you get good with God? Not man's breakdown, not Bolo's breakdown. How do I get good? You're telling me get off the fence and make a decision. If I choose to get good with the Father, how do I do that?
Correct.
Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing. Let me read that again. God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. So how do we get off the fence? Fear God and keep his commandments. Because everything, like I said, everything that we do, and we do it in the closed doors, and we think that high risk one, Zach, Coach, and Nasira ain't gonna see what Bolo is doing. The Lord see it. That's the scary dude that we need to be afraid of. He see it. So me being a hypocrite, the Lord see it. Me not loving my brother, the Lord see it.
Yes.
Me killing my brother, the Lord see it. Me beating my woman, the Lord see it. He sees it all. And that's where your life will be taken. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. This is the conclusion, high risk. Which was a very good question. This is what the Lord is telling you. How do you get on my good side? How do you get on my graces? Here is the conclusion. This is the end. That's what conclusion means. Because I can sit here and talk to you all day. Let's get to the meat and bones of it. Let us hear the conclusions of the whole matter. Fear God. Fear him. See, a lot of people don't fear God. A lot of people say they love God. But God tells you, fear me first. Because I can love my brother and kill him. I can love my sister and whip her ass. And some people in their dark heart really feel that when they put their hands on their woman, that's really them showing love. There's some people that think that way. As demented as it sounds, there are. So the Lord is saying, let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear me. You know why you need to fear me? Because when you fear me, you're going to respect me. When you fear me, you ain't going to go against me.
Yes.
That's why he says fear me. Because if I'm just about love, that's what half these Christians are saying in the churches. Love, 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 love. They never give you the consequences of disobeying the Father. Never.
This prosperity gospel they're talking about money, they never give you the consequences of if you do not follow the Father. They only show you the good hand of him. And there is a good side of the Father. But to every father, and I'm sure every person in this panel has children or has nieces or have nephews. There's a good side to you, and there's another side to you that if that child or if that niece or nephew goes left, you're going to bring them back. Fear God and keep his commandments. There was no love in that. He said, fear me and do what the hell I say. That's basically what he's saying. Here's a conclusion, man. Y'all guys like to talk, and I'm tired of talking. Fear me and keep my commandments. Do what the hell I say. This is the whole duty of what you guys were created for. Don't disobey me. Because why? Because every work, God shall bring every work into judgment, whether it be secret, a secret thing, whether it be good or evil.
Can I say something on it? Can I elaborate on it?
Of course.
No, I don't want to feel like, I don't want you to mute me, bro. I don't want you to feel like I'm disrespecting.
Go ahead, brother.
So what I want to say is, you heard what you just said? You just said fear God and keep his commandments, right?
Yes.
This has been my whole dilemma with the religion of Christ. And just hear me out, Bolo.
But let me just say this before you rock on. Did I kick any religion just now?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Did I kick any religion just now? No.
Do you want to go down this road?
Yeah, we can. The Bible's not
I'll go down this road if you want me to.
Listen, first of all, the Bible's not.
Are you sure?
Listen.
Nah, bro. Now, Bolo, if we go down this road, bro, you can't mute me, bro.
Listen, I'm gonna say
when you hit no, bro. I'm making an ultimatum right now.
Hold on, wait, hold on.
Okay. Okay.
Like I said, no one here ever heard me say religion.
You're right. You're right.
The Bible is a book of laws, statutes.
Okay.
Let me finish. The Bible is a book of laws, statutes, and commandments. Religion was built around the Bible. The Bible doesn't kick any religion. Go.
Okay. Now, Bolo, I'm gonna start, bro. But I have to have your assurance. When I start, you asked me to go. Do you want to go down this road, bro?
Go ahead, brother. Go.
No, give me a yes or no, bro.
I just said go ahead. So if I'm telling you go ahead, I'm saying go ahead. As long as
I'm gonna go ahead.
Let me finish. As long as it's done in decency and in order, go ahead.
Yes. You can't mute me, bro.
Go ahead, brother.
All right, bro. You said you didn't bring up no religion, right?
No.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you may.
Are you Hebrew Israelite?
Am I Hebrew Israelite? Yes, I am.
Is that not a religion, brother?
No, that's a nationality. No, it's not.
What do you mean?
In other words, my nationality is Hebrew. The language, my native tongue, before I was put into slavery, was Hebrew, and my nationality is an Israelite. So no, it's not.
Let
me answer to you.
Okay.
This is not something you can become tomorrow. A white man can't become an Israelite physically in the flesh.
I understand that. I understand that.
Okay, so this is not a religion. It's a nationality. It's a nationality of knowing where you came from and where you're going. So it's not a religion, meaning anyone can be a Christian tomorrow. Anybody. Anybody can become Jewish tomorrow. Anybody can be Episcopalian tomorrow. Not everyone can be an Israelite in the flesh.
My reason for asking you that is because if I knew that from the jump, our conversations would have went a whole lot different. But my reason for saying that is because the things that Hebrew Israelites believe in are called tenets. But you just said be scared of the Lord and keep his commandments. Now, commandments and tenets are two different things, bro.
Say that one more time.
Okay. You're Hebrew Israelite, right?
Go ahead.
Y'all believe in keeping his tenets.
No,
but
his,
you just
what you mean his tenets?
That's what y'all preach.
His laws.
His laws and his tenets. Keep his laws and his tenets.
What do you mean by tenets? Is what I'm trying to understand.
No, that's for you to explain, bro. I'm not Hebrew Israelite.
Hold on, wait. You just said to me that a man is supposed to keep his tenets.
No, that's not what I said.
You just said that I said tenets. I never said tenets. I said laws, statutes, and commandments.
No, that's what Hebrew Israelites believe. That's what y'all say.
Listen, you're talking to me. I just told you laws, statutes, and commandments. Don't tell me what other people are saying. You're speaking to me. I just told you laws, statutes, and commandments. So ask me or question what I said.
Well, hold on, bro. I'm
Question
not trying to get combative with you,
no,
dog.
and I'm not getting combative with you neither. I'm saying to you, question me on what I say. Don't.
That's what I'm doing.
You just said that I said laws, statutes, and tenets.
No, I didn't say you say. I said you're Hebrew Israelite, and that's what y'all preach.
And I'm saying to you, question me on what I say. They are Christians that say some off-the-wall stuff. A Christian's going to tell you, that's not what I said. That's not what I kick. Talk to me about what I say. Talk to me about what I'm kicking.
Yes.
Talk to me about me. Right. So when I say something, hold me to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But my point to that is none of us knew that, bro.
You don't have to know that.
Come on, bro.
What do me being an Israelite? Hold on. Let me ask you this question.
Okay.
What do me being an Israelite has to do with truth? Does that change the fact that, we need to love each other?
No.
No, I'm asking him. Does that change that fact?
No, bro.
Does it change the fact that we need to start being better examples for our sons and daughters?
That's not what I'm saying, bro.
So then why does it matter what the hell I am? That's the problem with us. You care too much about what the person that's delivering the message. You care too much about what he feels or she feels. What you should be judging or commenting on is what that person is saying, not who's saying it.
See,
I can be a rapist.
Man.
I can be a rapist. If I tell you, listen, hold on. I can be a rapist. If I tell you smoking crack is wrong, does that change the fact that what I just said was right?
Say it again.
I can be a rapist. If I say to you smoking crack is wrong, does that change the fact that what I just said was right? Or are you going to say, well, that dude's a damn rapist, man. What he's saying is garbage.
That depends on if I know if he's a rapist or not.
So if I'm a rapist and I say, yo, high risk one, check this out, man. There's a
the real question would be if you're a rapist and I know it.
All right, if I'm a rapist and you know, and I come to you and say, do not smoke crack. Is what I said wrong?
No.
No, but what I would ask is why?
Stop. It doesn't matter what the hell you're gonna ask me.
No, yes it does, bro. Yes, it does matter. You want to know why it matters?
Tell me why.
Because it's a rapist giving me the damn information.
So you're telling me if a rapist came to you and said to you, you're high risk one, check this out. Don't eat that food in that restaurant because it's poisonous. And you know that this man is telling you the truth. But because he's a rapist, you're going to say, now, hold on, rapist.
I would say what?
I know what you're telling me is the truth, but because you're a rapist, I got to look at you kind of sideways. Really?
No, let me ask what. Let me ask the question.
Go ahead.
I would ask now.
Oh, you got disconnected. That's our problem, man. That's our problem.
Lying is our problem, obviously, because when somebody asks you a yes or no question and you give them an open-ended answer, you're lying.
You know, I mean,
it's a yes or no. Did nobody give them an open-ended question?
The problem with us, and Coach has been quiet. And I'm gonna let Coach rock after I say this. The problem is we care too much about who's delivering the message. That's our problem as black people. As black people, we care too much who's delivering the message. I don't care who's delivering the message. If the message is truth, then I don't care who's delivering it. Your relationship with the Lord is your personal relationship with the Lord. That has nothing to do with me.
Yes.
Yo, coach, you've been quiet, man. Talk to us.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Go ahead. Hold on 1 second.
Bolo,
yes,
you
man.
know how you said about the scripture.
Sorry about that.
Hold
on, Iris. Go ahead.
About I think fear the Lord and love and keep the commandments. Is that what the scripture said?
No, the Lord said, fear God and keep his commandments.
I was reminded of another scripture. You have to forgive me. It's a long time since I read the Bible. I don't know. Don't quote me. But what came to me when you said it, it was just a reminder, something I read when I was younger. It was something like don't fear the person that can do something to your body, but or don't fear what man could do to your body, but fear the one over
right. Don't fear man.
That's
don't
what
fear man that can just kill your flesh. Rather fear the Lord that can kill your flesh and your soul. That can torment your flesh and your soul.
And that's how for me right now with what's going on, with this quarantine and then the scapegoat sacrifice dude, and then the protest, because I already know, I know somebody in the National Guard, they gave us the heads up before they start telling people mass that they was to stock up and stuff because they about to send them out. So my thing, this is before that dude died and before that protest. So I'm putting the pieces together they was gonna bring the National Guards in anyways.
They just needed a reason.
And they just gave them the reason.
There you go. Go ahead, Iris. You were saying?
Man, bro, what you mean, bro? I lost my point, bro. I had it right when I came.
The point that you were making was if you knew I was a rapist and I told you the truth, that's where you stopped at.
Oh yeah, okay. That good shit, bro. That's what I'm talking about. So what you were saying, the question I would ask you, if you told me if you were a rapist and I knew you were a rapist and you told me not to smoke crack.
Right. No, I told you smoking crack is wrong. It'll kill you.
Okay.
Does that mean that what I said to you is untrue?
No, that doesn't. But the question I would ask is why? Because if I smoke it, does that mean I'm gonna become a rapist?
What?
Ask the question again.
Come on, if I
ask it again, bro. Ask it again, bro.
If I was a rapist, brother, and I came in and said smoking
Hold
crack,
on, but I knew.
I'm trying to
it's different. Okay, go ahead.
You knew I was a rapist, man.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Right. The whole neighborhood knows that I'm a rapist. Everyone leaves me alone.
Okay.
One day I decided I saw you about to smoke something and it was crack. You never tried it before. And I come to you and say, yo, high risk one, don't smoke that, dude. It will kill you. It will put you on a road that it's going to be hard for you to come back from. And I leave you right after I say
I wouldn't let you leave, bro. Okay. I would ask you why would that make me become a rapist? If me smoking that crack what made you become a rapist is my question.
Okay, here's the question.
I go deep, bro. No, I'm not.
I know what you're saying. That has nothing to do.
But that's what I would say personally.
I understand that's what you would say. What I'm saying to you is that has nothing to do with knowing what truth and acknowledging truth. That's the problem.
But that would be.
Hear me out. The problem is this. The problem is us as man, we are too much focused on the person that's delivering the information. If I'm there to get information, my job is to hear this information that this man or woman has given me. Okay, take this information and see if this information that he or she gave is truth. If it is truth, I can care less about what that person is or what they do. Now, if it happens to be someone that I know that gave me this information, then I will pull that person to the side and say, yo, listen, man, I know you told that little kid to stop smoking crack, and I heard from the side, and you're right to tell him not to smoke crack, but Duke, you got to stop smoking it. Then I will deal with you on a personal level. But if I don't know you and you come and give me some truth.
Hold on, Bolo. Wait, can I say something? Are we talking about the same rapist giving them information or not a rapist?
Even if I knew that the dude was a rapist.
But if he was a rapist, I would say to him, well, damn, nigga, you telling me to stop smoking crack. Stop raping bitches.
Well, that's different than that's different. If he's giving me some truth, then I'm going to shoot some truth back at him. But that has nothing to do. But that has nothing to do with me receiving.
It has everything to do with it.
Listen to me, brother. And that's our problem. Our problem is we always look at the messenger that's delivering the message. We're not listening to the message. That's the problem.
Likewise, bro. Likewise.
So the problem. So what I'm saying to you is just because I'm a rapist don't make what I'm saying wrong.
Exactly. It's still true.
So you shouldn't give a rat's ass about what I am. If I know that I'm never going to see you again in my life, you shouldn't care about what the hell I do.
But is your hashtag not be the change? How the hell is a rapist going to come up to me telling me about smoking crack when he can't change what the hell he doing?
Now you're talking about, now you're going left. You're going left.
Nah, no, I'm not, bro. Come on, bro.
Let me tell you why you're going left.
Please tell me why. Please.
I'll tell you why. Okay. Me as a man, I come to you. The conversation is accepting truth from anyone that takes it. That's what you made the conversation. Because you asked me, if I'd have known what you were, then the conversations that we would have been having would have been totally different.
But you also said,
let me finish. My response to you is it shouldn't matter what I am. If what I'm saying is the truth, then you should accept what I'm saying as the truth. It shouldn't matter what I am. If I was a Hare Christian and I was coming to you and telling you the same things right now, we have to follow God. We got to accept Christ as our Lord and Savior. We got to stop killing each other. This is about the haves and the have-nots. Would that change what I'm saying, even though I have a little hair in the middle of my head? It shouldn't. It shouldn't. Now, if you and I form some type of relationship as far as friendship, and we're kicking it and we're talking, now you can ask me questions and say, but why do you do this and why do you do that? But if I don't know you from Adam, but I know you was a felon, and I tell you, yo, Dukes, don't do this, don't do that, your response to me is going to be, why, man? You a felon?
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. Well, listen, let me say this. I'm going to do what Tommy says. Okay, what Tommy does. Instead of talking to you, I'm going to talk through you.
Through me?
Yeah, through you. I'm going to talk through you. Okay?
But you got, if you're going to talk through me, I'm here now. So allow me to, if I have something to say, you have to let me respond, bro.
Of course. What I'm saying to you is, to all people that are listening, okay, the messenger shouldn't matter. It's the message. You see, that's the problem with these people in these churches in this prosperity gospel, because they see the messenger living large. So they figure that the message that he's giving is right, because obviously it's working for him. He has the Learjet. He's living in the mansion. He got the Bentley. He has the red bottoms. He has that.
He's not a rapist, but he lying to your ass, and you buying the lie.
Right. They're not listening to the message. They're looking at the messenger. If they would listen to the message, they would know that these cats are full of garbage. They would know this. But because they don't know and they're looking at the messenger, they're caught up in the way he looks. The same way Satan got man. They're caught up into how he looks. They're caught up into what he can give. They're caught up into the power. They're not caught up in the words. They're not listening to the message he delivers. If you listen to the message that he delivered, you would know I'm not rocking with this guy.
Okay. I understand that. Can I say something below?
Yes, you may.
and I'm gonna use your same verbiage, bro. But I don't mean it lyrically. Literally, I'm speaking through myself. Just like you've been telling this young lady all night, bro, to get rid of them books, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes. You can tell her that, bro. But if you listening, sweetie, whatever your proclivity is, that book, whatever it is, you not gonna get right with God. Hold on. You're not gonna get right with God till you're ready.
Hold on, wait. Chill.
You don't know what's gonna
Hold on, baby. Hold on.
speak to me.
Listen, hold on. Let him speak. Wait. Nasira, chill. Let's finish saying what he's gonna say, and then you can respond to it.
Ma'am, I'm not attacking you. I'm actually on your side on this one. I'm not telling you to get rid of your.
I don't know you.
Oh God.
I never knew you.
Oh
okay.
God.
All right. Go ahead. Let me hold on. Let me say this.
Can I finish my thought, please?
Sure.
You are not my family.
Hold on, Nasira. Let me say this, and then you can finish your thought. Okay, because it's kind of bothering me.
Nah, let me. This is bullshit, bro, Bolo. This shit you running, bro. Come on, bro.
Yo, first of all, my man, check this out, dog. Check this out.
I'm not trying to disrespect you, bro.
Listen, my man, don't disrespect me.
Say what you gotta say. Just say what you gotta say, bro. Fucking mute me, bro.
Anyway,
please, bro. Cause I got something to say, bro. And it seems like you don't want no fucking resistance, bro. And I'm tired of that shit, bro.
You're tired. You're tired. Okay. Cool. You ain't gotta be tired no more. All right. So now you can rest. You can relax now. You ain't gotta be tired. All right. So we ain't gonna allow you to come in and try to disturb the groove. That's not gonna happen. We're not gonna do that. Nah, brother. Nah, you disturb the groove too much, man. I've tried to be, you know, I've tried to be courteous. I've tried to be courteous with you. I've tried to let you, you know what I'm saying, give you some leeway, but you're a disrespectful cat. So you could go to someone else's chat and figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Figure it out on your own. Figure it out on your own. You ain't gonna figure it out here. All right? You definitely ain't gonna figure it out here. Yeah, so go ahead, Anthony. And Nasira, sorry about that, babe. You can come back. You know what I'm saying? He won't be back. Even though he keeps popping back up. He won't be back. Go ahead, Anthony. What's going on, brother? You've been gone. A lot has transpired since you've been gone.
So I've noticed.
The dude came on and asked me what I was. Then I told him what I was.
What you mean by what you were?
I guess what my affiliation with God is.
Oh, okay.
So he says to me, so I didn't know that this was what you was. And I said to him, what does it matter what I am? Is what I'm saying wrong? Then I guess he didn't get it. So then I brought up an example of saying, listen, so let's say if I was a rapist, is what I'm saying wrong? If I'm a rapist and I tell you smoking crack will kill you, it's wrong. Because I'm a rapist, are you not going to take what I'm saying to be truth? Even though what I'm telling you is truth? Nah, but I'm going to question why you're a rapist. That's none of your business. I got nothing to do with it. Why does you care about whether I'm a rapist or not? That's our problem.
That's how we miss our blessing.
Our problem is we focus on the messenger and not the message. This is why, and I brought up the example of these people that follow the prosperity gospel.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That they're so focused on how these guys are living, looking at the Learjets, looking at the mansions, looking at this and looking at that. You know what I'm saying? And not listening to the message. So they automatically figure out that what they're saying must be true because it's working for them. Instead of listening to the message and hearing the buffoonery that is being said, you would catch it. But you're so caught up in awe of how they look that you're missing everything that they're saying. That's where he tried to say something to Nasira, and I don't know if she was offended. So, she kicked off, she jumped off, and she was like, yo, you don't know me or whatever. And he was like, yo, it started getting outlandish. I said, you know what, my man, dogs, it's like for some reason, even though there are disagreements here, there's still a cohesiveness between everybody.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? That
Yeah.
we could disagree and still have a conversation and get to the figuring out of why we disagree. And even if we don't figure it out, we can walk away saying, you know what, we'll try next Friday. But the spirit that he brings is it's too contentious for me. It's for me, it is. And this is not why we come to Testimony Fridays. It's not to be contentious, man. It's not to be we may have heavy conversations or hard conversations, and sometimes it might get heated. But in that conversation, there is still a direction that we're trying to get to. You know what I'm saying? I I can't deal with it. Coach dropped off, so hopefully he'll come back. Yeah, so go ahead, Anthony. So that's what was going on since you've been gone. And I think you've only been gone for like 15 minutes. Man, you see what 15 minutes can
I guess so. Yeah. I was gone about 30. I was gone about 30.
Are you?
Yeah, I was gone about 30. It just seemed like 15 after everything transpired. I guess it must have moved at a rapid quick.
What? What? So he was asking, so what's the duty, because I told her that, you need to get off the fence.
Mm-hmm.
I told Nasir, you need to get off the fence, and make a choice because, time is short. You don't know when your card is going to be punched. So in doing that, I read Ecclesiastes 12 and 13, which says, let us say the conclusion of the whole matter, fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man.
Okay.
So,
well, it's like this, and this is one of those things right now where Nasir that's a decision that she'll have to make. Because to me personally, is you give the truth to people and everything else. I have seen where she has been, and having seen where she has been, knowing people who's messed with that stuff, it's very hard to get out of it, because it is real. That's one, if you look throughout the scripture, through the whole world, throughout all of the scripture, Old Testament and New Testament, right, is a reason why God commanded us to stay away from the occult, because the things that are mashed up with the occult is very dangerous. I made the comment in the thing, but it's still, like you said a little while ago, it's a choice that everyone has to make. It's a choice that, and so, you share with her last week and share with her this week. And the only thing we can do is pray. And the only thing we can do is, entreat God to, work on our heart to actually, to jettison those things. The truth has been given. And so we just like we can't save people, we can't make people do anything. We just can't. And so that has to be, that's why, everyone has to be into that, into that portion. It doesn't have anything to do, that portion has nothing to do with her salvation or anything else. It's just dealing with that type of thing is very dangerous, and people don't recognize how dangerous it is. And I wish her not. I pray that she doesn't have to go through the things I've seen others go through with that stuff.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a shame, man. It's a shame.
Yeah, it is.
It's a shame that that in situations like this, where we supposed to come together and talk and kick it and you know what I'm saying, and just figure things out.
Right.
That we can't do that.
Well, we can. It's almost. I'm trying to think of the best way to say it, really and truly, but it's almost. You see the inner workings, right? You see the inner workings, because what's the one thing that the devil doesn't want us to have, right? Fellowship with God and with other believers.
Yeah,
he does.
And
Right.
and the crazy thing is too, these names that we have really blocks us from communicating also.
Mhm.
These names that we have, the different types of religions that we fall under. You know what I'm saying? These things keeps us from actually dealing with each other properly. It
Right.
keeps us from actually understanding each other, wanting to actually deal with each other and talk to each other in truth. So and that's the problem. The problem is cats are too focused on the messenger.
Right.
And not the message. Let's talk about the message. We can care less whether that dude is a rapist or not. That doesn't mean that he didn't give me the cure to cancer. Doesn't mean that.
Exactly.
Now, does that mean that I won't try to talk to that person? Sure, I will.
It doesn't mean I'll let him around my wife.
Exactly my point. Right now, I'm focused on the message that this man is bringing me.
Right.
That's what I'm focused on, and that's our problem. That's our problem. We're not looking at the message. We're looking too much at the messenger.
Mhm.
We don't like the way he looks. We don't like the way he speaks. We don't like the way he walks. We don't like the way he talks. But seldomly do you hear anyone say, I don't like the message. What he or she is saying is wrong. That's our problem. That's our problem.
Yeah.
That's why we can never get together and work it out. That's why. Because we are so caught up into the visual and not the spiritual. We're so caught up in living in this fleshly world that obviously he has his act together because he has money. Obviously he has his act together because he has material things. That means nothing. Scriptures tell you, what is it that a man should gain the world and lose his soul? That means nothing. That doesn't mean, I'm not saying that all people that have money and all people that are well off are off. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you should judge the person by what they say and what they do. Well, let me take that back. Let me take that back, because if I'm around you enough to judge you off of what you do, because if I meet you in passing, the only thing I have is your words. You know what I'm saying? If I know you and we have a friendship, then I can sit there and go, yo, Anthony's all right, dude, man. I see the way he moves. He has a code. He deals with morals. But if I don't know you, and this is the only time you and I are going to have a conversation, then I'm going to listen to what you have to say to me, because what you have to say to me may really inspire me or help me.
Well, and that's why when you say things like, like today, Testimony Friday, for example, well, that is the testimony. The testimony is the words that you give, but it's also the action behind those words. So if you don't know me from Adam, but you hear me giving praise to the Most High, then all of a sudden you think what? You make a judgment on the words that I've said to what determine my character. Now, that because I'm giving praise to the Most High, does that mean I worship the Most High? No. My actions probably I don't worship the Most High, but you don't know that. But you know what? Like you said a few seconds ago, the message that I was given was praise to the Most High.
Exactly.
And so it resonates within your spirit because you do what? Worship the Most High.
There you go. You know, the Lord does say that there's many that do honor me with their mouth, but their hearts are far from me. But that doesn't mean that the Lord isn't using that person to get that word that he says with his mouth to you who needs it.
He did it with a donkey. There you go.
Boom. I wish I had like something I could drop the mic. Drop the mic. Yeah. And that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? That we are so caught up into, we're just so caught up into the wrong things, man. We're caught up into the wrong things. We're caught up in the wrong things. And he's telling me he's done nothing wrong. He's done nothing wrong. This is not what church is what he's writing in the background. This is not what church is.
Church is a gathering of believers. Church is a gathering of believers that are bent on worshiping God, learning about God, and also working to further their brothers within the faith.
And done in decency and in order.
Well, and that's a given.
No.
I feel like this. That should be the given.
That should be the given. You know what I'm saying? And it's not so.
Right.
It's not so. Here it is. You have a woman that is saying, listen, I've never felt comfortable in any settings before, but I feel comfortable here with the village, with all of us. And you make a statement, and I'm not saying you, I'm meaning him. Mm-hmm. He makes a statement to her, and it has an adverse effect, right? She responds, and very adversely. She responds very upset, and I'm like, Nasira, chill, let him finish, and then you can respond. But instead of him changing the way he approaches the situation so that she can hear what he's trying to say, he comes with the same force, same blunt trauma he comes with. Same blunt hammer. That's how there's no finesse in the game at all. None at all. There's none. There is no understanding. Well, okay, maybe I said it wrong. Let me try to say it a different way. He'll say, well, I said it wrong. I'm sorry. Let me try to say it again. He says it the same way. And you get the same adverse reaction that you got before. So obviously you're not listening to how you speak. Obviously you're not listening to yourself. You're just saying things you're just listening to respond. You're not listening to actually have an answer. You're listening to react rather. And that's not what we're here to do. It's 12:03. That's not what we're here to do at 12:03. We're not here for that.
Okay, the chat's saying now let's bring it back.
Okay. So
all right.
So we're here. So let me put the link. And for the chat, I apologize for the chat. Let me just tell you what I've gone through. I've banned him. So there's no way he's coming back. So in the future, unless he makes another name, we won't be dealing with him. So Coach, man, you've been quiet, man. You said you were gonna say something.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, Bo, I first off, I would like to say, is there any way possible that you can bring him back just to get his point across? Your rules are your rules.
This is what I'm gonna say, Coach. We have to listen. This, let me just say this. Tommy inspired me to start this channel.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's been so overwhelmingly beautiful from the support that I've gotten from you, Anthony, Kate Plum, Adam, Lyric, and everyone else I forget to mention. Please forgive me. That we're gonna have disagreements. That's what truth is about, disagreements. But blatant disrespect and dissension, we're not gonna deal with. And I believe this is the 5th week that we've done, or the 5th week that we've done Testimony Fridays. And the first 3 weeks that we had him on, I tolerated it. right? I was very patient with him. Very. We made strides. All of us did with him. Anthony was there. You know, from where it was, you was there. From where it was to where it got to, we were like, oh, cool, all right. But we have to understand that we have to look at the greater good. The greater good. You know, at that point, just listen. Just listen. Because you're destroying you know, it takes a little to destroy a lot. It takes a little. A little. A teaspoon destroys 1,000,000 gallons of water. Teaspoon. So we can't allow him to think that that we are going to allow that in our village. This ain't my village. This is our village. We can't allow people like that to come in and think that they're going to be able just to say what they want to say and how they want to say it and not have no regard for the person that they're speaking to. Nah, we're not doing that here. We're not. So at this point, I tried to bring him back, but to coax him down and to calm him down, it takes too much strength, man. And we can apply that strength towards someone that needs it, towards someone that really needs the help, towards each other. You know what I'm saying? Not towards someone saying that I need to know that you're a rapist if you're telling me the truth. Does that make sense?
No, that's how we miss our blessing. To focus on the person, like you said, and to focus on the person, not the message.
And that's what we do. And we do that all the time. That's our makeup. That's our makeup. We can't argue with the person is saying, so you know what we're going to do? Well, you're a rapist. What does that got to do with me telling you don't invest in this money? Don't invest in this business. Okay. There's nothing to do.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish.
There's a lot of Christians that believe that too. They, you know, my mother, she's one. She will say, well, you're not saved. You don't pray that much, but you don't know that. You know, you can't tell me just because I'm giving you some, you know, some type of knowledge. You know, if it was the pastor, you'll listen to him. If it was somebody in the faith, you'll listen to him. But when it comes down to your son, you won't even give him the time of day. You know, and she says, well, I'm just being a mother. Well, sometimes you got to put that to the side. The message is coming. I know I don't know that much, but, you know, I'm giving you something, and I'm coming with facts, and I come with the Bible. So there's no reason to reject me just because I'm not a pastor. I don't have, you know, certain things I should have right now. But, you know, God, like Mr. Anthony said, you know, he came through a donkey. He spoke through a donkey. So, I mean, he could spoke through anybody. He could speak through anybody.
Through anybody. Yep.
That's how she sometimes, you know, she's like, even though she says that, she'll come back like a week, month later and say, you know what, you're right. You were right about that. I say, oh, okay.
God's word won't return void, man.
Exactly. I mean, I guess that's just the old, you know, the old nature, you know, of older people in the 60s. I'm not, you know, no offense to anybody older than me. I'm 35. But, you know, the 60s and the 70-year-olds, you know, sometimes you can't tell them anything unless you're the pastor or somebody in, you know, a high stance.
Because they're not looking at the message. They're looking at the messenger.
Yeah.
And a lot of people haven't read for themselves. They don't study themselves. And so because they don't study and because they don't read for themselves, they are dependent on the specific messenger. And when you become dependent on a specific messenger and you hold all of their words that they say along the same realm of God, that becomes a problem. Because you go back and you look into the book of Corinthians, you start seeing where you had, you know, Paul was talking about the divisions of the church, and one person was saying, "I'm of Paul," and another one, "I'm of Apollos," and I'm of Peter, and he goes like, "Wait," he goes like, "I didn't save you, you know, I didn't die for your sins." He just said, "We're just messengers giving you the word."
That's it,
and that's what most people have a problem with. Because when you depend on that person to give you that information, constantly, and you don't look it up for yourself, you're like a baby bird that's just sitting up there waiting for the mama to drop a chewed up worm in their mouth.
Yep.
And that's how they get fed. They don't go and get fed by themselves. They don't seek out their own food. They don't go and nourish it. They need the chewed up worm. And so anytime someone gives them any truth that is not that chewed up worm from the mama bird that's their pastor, they don't know how to act.
Right.
And they just lose it. And so they buck against it. Right.
And we'll be in church and like everything that the pastor said, I said it's based upon what I said, and she'll be in church. Yeah, that's right. You know, glory to you. You know, she'll praise that.
Right.
You know, and I'm like, Mom, I said the same, like based upon the same thing that was preached today. Oh, the word was good. My word was good.
They're looking at the stature of that man.
Yep.
They're looking at that man because he has that bishop in front of his name. You know, he has that reverend in front of that name. They don't understand the Lord tells you out of the mouth of babes, brother. The Lord will use whatever, whenever, wherever, however, to get his truth out. And you made a perfect statement. If you keep looking at it from that direction, you're going to miss a lot of your blessings. A lot of the information that the Lord is trying to give you to better your life, you're not going to see. Because you keep thinking that because a person is a Christian, they can't give you truth. Because a person is a highly Christian, they can't give you truth. Because someone is a Jehovah's Witness, they can't give you truth. Everybody has truth in them. All religions have a piece of the truth. All religions. All of them. It's up to you to decipher what's the bones from the meat. It's up to you to decipher that. And it's easier if you just go to the book, because the book doesn't say this book is only for Episcopalians. It doesn't say none of that. But if calling yourself a Christian makes you feel better, by all means, do you. At the end of the day, Christ ain't getting caught up in that nonsense. What Christ is getting caught up in is verse 12. Okay? Verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion, the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments. That's what he's getting caught up in. Did you fear the Father? Okay. Did you keep his commandments? Okay. That's what he's judging you on. That's what he's judging you on. Because by you fearing the Father and keeping his commandments, you're going to understand you got to love. There's no way you get into the kingdom without loving.
Well, and I'll go a little bit further than that, Bola. I'll tell you the truth. It goes back to what he asked Peter in John 21. Do you love me more than these?
Eat my sheep.
Hold on 1 second. Dez is in here. Hold on. Dez, what's up?
What up, Village? Anthony?
What's going on?
Joe? Bolo TV?
What's going on?
What's going on, baby?
Peace to the chat. No, I've just been listening in the chat room. Got tired of trolling. Man, that dude is comical, man. I'm over here dying laughing.
You just want to be why you want to be a troll for, brother? Why?
No, I think you guys are trolling me, man. I mean, are you guys serious? Like, you keep entertaining him week after week. He keeps coming on, and the conversation can't move forward.
Are you Des James? Are you Des James? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, you said week after week we keep. Well, listen, week after week that he come on, he's not going to come on next week, but week after week he comes on because we've all, at least let me speak for me. I can't say we all. I've been in places where I may have came off assholish because I have a lot of questions and I'm trying to get answers, especially if I feel that I'm in a place that's comfortable and it's a bunch of people that sounds like they know what they're talking about. So I'm going to continue to come. But there's a certain decorum that we have to have.
Out of respect for the people in the chat, in the audience.
Out of respect for yourself.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Out of respect for yourself, out of respect for your brother, out of respect for your sister, out of respect for everyone here. Everyone is putting a brick in here. Lyric puts a brick in, Aura Saint puts a brick, Sha puts a brick, David puts a brick. Everyone puts a brick in here. So what you're doing is you're spitting on all the people that put their brick in here on a day where they can be relaxing or resting. They choose to come in here and help us and help each other. Help me, help you. That's what we're here to do.
Right.
To converse. To not talk about nonsense, all the time. That's what we're here to do. To pray for each other. We're not here to fight, man. We have enough of that throughout the week. We're not here for that.
My question is, why is it other countries get to riot and loot when their government goes into tyranny, but then we're held to a higher standard over here whenever we're killed by a cop? We can't tear stuff down. That's my take on it.
But see, here's the thing with that, Des. Oh man, how can I say this? You have to understand that we carry a higher standard. When I say we, meaning when you look at, there's something special about us. What it is, I'm working on that. Okay.
Yeah, look like a lot of people that I'm subscribed to, all they were talking about is the story, and it's only triggering. I'm triggered, man. I'm over here punching the air all week.
That's the point.
I don't want to punch it. Yeah.
But that's the point. The point is, they want it to trigger. Right. They want you to have that knee jerk, because you know what it is? It's like, listen, it's like, I want to fight you. I want to shoot you. I really do. But I know that there's rules and rules and regulations in this operation that we are all in, right? Between Anthony, Coach, myself, and you, there's rules. But I really want to shoot you. That's the end result. I don't like you. So
yeah, it's gonna be like a lot of white guilt coming out of it.
I'm gonna do everything in my power to get you to that point where I get allowed to kill you. I'm gonna do everything to get you out of your zone, to get me to that point of where I need to react and do what I need to do. All we did was give them they already had the reason. They wanted to bring the military in. We gave them the reason. We didn't need to loot. You want to protest? I got you. I got you. And we have every right to do that, because any other nationality, any other people would protest. What do? Organize ourselves. This is how we protest.
And to that point, if you mentioned other countries who do it and everything else, when you look at it, the other countries don't loot businesses. They don't loot homes. They don't loot any of that stuff. They go after the government. So they go after the police stations. They had one, I think Tommy showed it, was Ukraine. They went and threw and overthrew that spot. But it happens all over the place. They go after the government facilities. Is what they do. And for us, it's like Bolo was saying a few seconds ago. Just to piggyback on that, it's the playbook of, I know I can push their buttons where they will go overboard. If you look at the first day, it was peaceful protest, which was awesome. The second day,
you're on that point when you covered that about the Antifa and who else was involved, like George Floyd. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So when you look at it the next day, all of a sudden you have people dressed in black breaking windows and wearing masks and setting fires. And then all of a sudden it's like a tinderbox went off. And so like all of these places start being set on fire and everything else, to the point where they pretty much destroyed a good portion of the south of Minneapolis. And now people, again, it took the focus off of who? George Floyd's death.
Yep. And
put it on what? Look at these people destroying this area. And they get the news. They took pictures of mostly black people
And it wasn't only black people.
And it wasn't only black people. It was a mixture of everybody.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, and you notice how it always seems to happen in the inner cities, where it's all, downtrodden and it's gentrified.
Yeah, but here's the deal. That whole area was not all inner city. It was a mixture. The whole area was a mixture. But it was the people who came in that caused the major dissension.
They were just waiting. And
they were waiting.
And here's a crazy thing too. And again, I don't put nothing past our government. So let's just say they had sleeper guys or sleeper cells, whatever they were, to start these fires, right? What did we do? We fell right into it. See how it's so easy to get us. Start one fire, everyone else is going to start a fire.
And and not only that, if you notice, all they concentrated on was what? Major stores. So they put AutoZone out there, and they showed Target getting overran. But what also got overran were mom and pop shops.
Mm-hmm.
They had people who had small businesses that were being destroyed. Black people who had small businesses being destroyed. One brother had a sports bar. They got looted out. One guy was trying to protect his shop and wound up shooting one of the looters, and he got arrested for murder. All of these things, right, was put into place because, again, as I said, never let a good crisis go to waste, as they like to say. So COVID-19, as I was stating earlier in the night, COVID-19 has pretty much ran its course. They wanted to try to keep people locked down for vaccines until the vaccines came around, but people started saying, basically, suck it, we're not doing it.
I think they're gonna bring it back though.
No. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is people had got to that point of, I'm not working, I'm in this house, I need money, I need to take care of my family.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not helping me out, I'm going back to work.
Right.
And as they started moving out, people started coming out and going like, well, it's not that bad out here. Oh, well. Okay. And if you notice, here's the deal. If you notice the news when they start people saying, well, we're going to soft open and all this other stuff. The first thing the news started saying was what? Oh, look, 1,000 more cases here.
Yep.
Oh, 1,000 more cases open here. Georgia went up 1,000 more cases and since they reopened and all this other stuff. But you know what they never talked about?
What's that?
How many people died? Never talked about how many people died. They never even talked about how many people recovered. And the fact of the matter is, it has a 98 to 99% recovery rate for those who get it. The ones who are adversely affected are those 64 years of age and older. Now, you'll have some off stats with people that have, immune deficiencies and pre-existing conditions in forms of, things like with diabetes, or they had, asthma or bronchitis, or, maybe they just gotten over, tuberculosis or something like that, or pneumonia or something like that. And they're at risk, right? But for everybody else, kids, teenagers, young adults, middle-aged adults, doesn't really affect you. You might have it right now and not know it, because you might just have some sniffles, or you might have had a quick cough, and a couple of days later you were done.
Listen, you've come in contact with it. I can pretty much guarantee you that.
Yes.
You've come in contact with it.
Yes. Everyone has.
Everyone has.
If you gone to Walmart, you got in contact with it.
Yeah.
You gone to Publix, you got in contact with it.
It's all a scare tactic to push their narrative of what they want, of what this, I don't want to say this because, again, I'm a conspiracy theorist.
I'm scared of talking public, man. I gotta disguise it by a fart and shit, man.
Hey,
listen, bro.
I can tell you right now, because everyone has started to downplay COVID and go on with their lives, they had to have something else to go at. This was right for the pickings.
Mm-hmm.
It was right for the pickings. The enemy comes to steal, kill, and destroy.
And check this out. Let me add this to you because you just made a beautiful point and it just jumped into my head. They used the COVID to push the vaccines because they always wanted to do that. And they use this to push in the military.
Yep.
Can't make this up, man. Can't make this up. So
that's why you don't see that again. If I can paint you as dangerous, right? That's why if you notice, if you looked on the news and you saw, Mr. Floyd's body laying down on the ground, all you kept seeing, if you would have not known, you would have only thought that was one white man with his knees in this man's neck.
Right. The angle was crazy. That second angle that they gave us, it was 3 people on the man.
I saw that.
That angle that they gave.
But they
and I do believe it was listen, man, and people gonna call me conspiracy theorist, and the way this dude was, the way he did it, so blatant,
blatant. It seemed kind of personal.
They say I seen something on Facebook. They say they used to work together. They used to do security together.
So it's not like he didn't know this guy.
But what I'm saying is too blatant.
Yes.
It's like if they just say, "Yo, my man, go ahead and go do this." Like if he was put up to it, it's so blatant where he's looking at you right. He's looking at the camera like, "Yo, what up?"
Yeah.
This ain't done secretly. This is done out in the open. Like we're gonna sacrifice you 3 because of the bigger goal of where we need to be.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Now answer this question. They got fired, right?
Yes.
How come you have 2 squads of police officers in front of one man's house who was fired? Why not put this guy in protection? Why not put him in protective custody? Why do you allow him to go to his house and stay there, and you station about 2 squads of police officers? He's not an officer anymore. He's been fired. He's a civilian.
Right.
Why would you do that?
I mean, because I don't want no one to run up in their crib to kill him.
But here's my point. A person whose life is in danger like that would normally be put in protective custody.
Good point. And how about this too? I think he was a district attorney. They said, so why so quick? Because he said, we've charged him with murder and with manslaughter. And they were saying, they mentioned another cop that they charged, and they said it took 9 months to get him. Why is it that it took you 4 days to get this dude? Like, the job of this situation was to get the president to sign some type of paperwork to activate the military. That's done. It's done. Let's seal this off and move on to the next. At least that's how I seen it.
Like I said, one executive order was passed. One House bill is in session right now to raise the cost of guns by 30%. And
what is that one? 50. I want to look that one up. What is that one now?
HR 5717, I believe it is.
Wow. HR 5717.
Again, 5717, I believe it is. So that's normally when there's something major like this happens, there's something that's trying to be passed under the covers. Here's my left hand. Watch my left hand.
Yep.
Right hand.
I just said
I'm doing it with my right. So for all those people, and this is what they want you to do. They want you to get emotional. They want you to get upset. They want you to be angry. They want you to be in your emotions.
Yep.
Because as they get you into your emotions,
this is why we need this. Look at these people.
Not look as in the Wizard of Oz.
You breaking up, man. You breaking up, Anthony.
It's dark.
He's speaking too much truth, probably.
Anthony, you breaking up, brother?
He might need to drop out and come back in.
Yeah, Anthony, drop out and come back in, brother, because you coming in and out. You're lost now. Drop out and come back in. Yo, coach, go ahead, brother. You were saying something.
Oh, I was listening in. I do want to go to not Revelations, Romans 13 and 1 through 2.
Hold on.
Romans 13, 1 and 2. Going back to the powers that be.
It says here, Romans 13:1, let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God. The powers that be are ordained of God. So what do you think that means?
Everything that's set right now, God allowed it to be.
Okay.
And we should follow what those we should follow. How can I say it?
Go ahead, you got it. Go ahead, brother. You got it. Go ahead.
Well, we should follow the rules that's set in place.
There
God
you
has set these people here,
There
so we
you
should
go.
follow what they. If it's not allowed, God will fix it to where we wouldn't have to follow that. But since
Boom.
they're set, we
There
have
you
to
go.
do what He said.
Now, you can now understand within the guidelines of this man's law, he allows you to protest. So as long as it's not evil, I mean, as long as it's not going against what the law is, you can protest. You can. If you could break out and go live in Cuba and live in the bush, do it. As long as it's not against the law, you doing your thing. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers. Yes, that's exactly what you said. For now he comes back and lets you know to have faith. For there is no power but of God. So all things that are set up by him. And the powers that be are ordained of God. So he went back to the first portion of it. Everything that's going on right now, dogs, I ordained it. Don't even worry about it. That's why he says no weapon formed against thee will prosper. But he will bluff you, though. It's the same way when Christ told Peter, come out here and walk on this water with me. He was walking on the water for a second, and then when the tribulation came, he started concentrating on what was going on and not on the prize. And he fell in. And what did Christ tell him? What ye of little faith?
Mm-hmm.
You got to think about that. All the problems that you have in your life, focus on the prize. And I know it's easier said than done. But you have to focus on the prize. And the prize is Christ. He will lead us. Look at what he did to Meshach, Shadrach, and the bad Negro. He was there.
It's funny that you.
They said, yo, dude, they said, yo, it looked like 4 dudes is in there, and the 4th person is the Son of Man.
Exactly.
And their clothes didn't smell of no heat, no fire, or nothing. The Lord is telling you, look at my track record, G. I got you. But you know what it is with man? That flesh. We get caught up into that flesh.
And I guess that's kind of the point I was making before I had to leave earlier, was that the restrainer, right? When we were talking about when I read the passage about the restraining of evil and everything else, that's the part we're talking about. At that point in time, like you just mentioned that passage about, the three Israelites, Nebuchadnezzar was the most powerful man in the world.
Yes, sir.
He was the most powerful man in the world. But even then, they did not bow down to Nebuchadnezzar or worship an image that went against, because they did not want to go against the commandment of God. So they would rather go and deal with the consequences of what God had for them than go against his commandments just to please a man. And that's what all of this, and this is what all of this is about. It really is. It's where are you? Where are you going to be? Who do you believe in? It's go ahead.
I think that if we can get past, and I know this right here, what I'm about to say is heavy, and if we can get past the fear of death, what can Satan hold against you?
I like that statement, Bolo. I like that statement. I would even say we can just get rid of the fear.
But what I'm just saying is, the fear,
death is
right. If we can just get rid of the fear, we can just get rid of that fear of death. I'm like, yo, Duke, if I die, I die. It is what it is. But while I'm here, what does he have other than that to get us off track? Because I'm listening to you and I'm thinking about that. I'm like, what else does this dude have? When you look at the faith that these cats was having, when David came up against Goliath, when everyone else feared of death, because they look at his stature, they was like, man, do you understand who I'm rolling with?
Mm-hmm.
These cats didn't fear.
Well, that's how he can do Psalm 23, though, right? Yeah,
Dogs,
walk through the
valley of the shadow of death.
But notice what it is, though. Notice what it is. David recognized that death was a shadow.
And here's a crazy thing. These dudes died horrible deaths, bro. Most of them. They died horrible deaths and they still rocked hard.
Mm-hmm. Well, but it's kind of like the things that we've had, the things that we talked about before, right? Which is, I mentioned it earlier, and you've mentioned it a couple of times too. But if there's physical death, and there's physical death where your body dies, and there's a physical death where you are destroyed physically. For example, reputation, jobs, all of these different things.
Right.
If we really understood that we are being upheld by the hand of God, the Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? If we understand that concept, literally understand that concept, our life is better.
Much better. Because you know what? The truth will make you free. Yo, David put in the scripture that I got to read because it's so on point. Thanks, David. It's Revelations chapter 12, verse 11. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony.
Mm-hmm.
And they loved not their lives unto the death.
There you go.
Wow.
And there you go.
Dogs. Yo, B. That's you gotta hate your life here, man. You gotta hate your life here.
Jesus told us that himself.
Yeah.
When he says take up your cross and follow me.
Yep. You gotta hate your life here.
Die to yourself.
Yeah. You have to.
And most people think, and I think that's one of the biggest things that doesn't get taught in church or gets taught
wrong.
Because
so do you understand what we saying, Des?
Absolutely, sir. Yes, sir. I'm on board.
So that's one of the main reasons why we shouldn't react.
Yeah.
No, we shouldn't react.
Right.
Because here's the thing, right? Like Anthony is saying, and like David said, if you don't fear death and you're in the faith and you're covered by the blood, you don't give a damn what's going on. You don't give a rat's ass. All you're going to do is hold up the lamp of truth and say, you guys, y'all better stop. Y'all better stop. Because nothing here that any of these dudes can do is going to affect me. No weapon formed against me shall prevail. So that's why you shouldn't partake in the nonsense. Because let's say the Lord sends the angel of death through the hood in the riots. You know what's going to happen? You're going to get caught up in that.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, I would never partake in it, but I can't account for everybody else. So
Well, I mean, yeah, everyone has to,
I'll just have to let it burn.
themselves. Yeah. I mean, all you could do is say, yo, don't do it. Just stop. This is what they want. Because ain't no gang, ain't no crime watch we got that's going to stop the military. Nothing that we have. See, we could prevent it, but the Lord's will, it is, the Lord. Listen, we can sit back in hindsight and say this is what we should do, but we know what our people are gonna do because this is all written. All of this all these false flags have been done so that laws can be passed, so that legislation could be made. All of these things, all of these false flags, from the 9/11s to all of the things that have happened, to the school shootings, all of these things are done. Like Anthony said, any tragedy, they're not going to let it go. They're going to capitalize on any and every tragedy. Because you know what? They have a bigger world order. They got a bigger agenda. They have a bigger agenda. So when you get caught up into Pelosi and Trump and Barack Obama, dog, you missing the whole deal. You better look above them. Look above them. You know what I'm saying? Des broke out. Yeah, man. But that scripture that David gave was so on point. It was so on point. That what can you do? Oh, Des is back. What can you do? What can you do?
Not only that, that passage that he gave is happening during the tribulation, where things are even worse than now. So,
right. That's just the shadow.
Yeah. Again, like I mentioned before, all of these things that we, in weeks prior, all of these things that we're seeing right now are birth pains.
That's it. It's when
they're the beginnings.
Like he said, the earth shall travail like a woman in birth. These are nothing. These are aftershocks of the earthquake that's coming. What's coming? Okay, guys. If y'all ain't got y'all faith together now, because Christ tells you, seek me while there is still yet time, because there's going to be a time when you can't find them. This is why we're so hard, and I don't want to use these words, but I'm going to use it while I'm pressing Nasira. Please get out of your comfort zone. Please. Because the times that we're coming in, oh my God, dogs, it's going to start. You think it's blatant now. This is nothing compared to what's around the corner. Nothing. You're going to see what it is. And then you're going to be saying, damn, I wish the village was here. Oh no, doctor. Whatever you practice now is what you're going to apply in the streets. So you didn't really practice your katas in karate class? Okay. Grace is going to be lifted soon, brother. Sisters, we're under grace right now. Grace will be lifted soon. And now you're going to have to apply your faith. Christ is giving you the time to take it in, apply it, see it work, okay, and get strong at it, because there's going to be a time that's coming where it's going to be extremely dark. Scriptures tell you if the very elect could, they would deceive. It's lucky the Lord had to hold the elect to himself. If it wasn't for that, they would be deceived.
Yep. That's in 2 Thessalonians 2.
So
it talks all about it.
It's telling you, man, that what we're seeing now, like Anthony said, this is a contraction. That's what this is. It's a contraction. You know what I'm saying? It's a contraction. When she gives birth, You're gonna say, damn, I remember those times on Fridays and Testimony Fridays when I wanted to argue about who was giving the message. You wanted to argue about the rapist. You didn't want to take the message. Because you need to understand, the Lord is having relationships with those people. You better understand that salvation, relationship with the Lord is two ways. It goes both ways. And when you really need him to be there, the Lord's going to tell you, dude, what did he say? If you didn't know me in front of my Father, what am I going to do? Deny you. This thing that we're doing here, this is to help each other, bro, because we need it. We need it. You got people in here that pray for each other. Where else do you find that? Sincerely. No one in here is gaining anything. No one in here is getting paid. No one in here is doing it for clout. Where do you find that? So we really need to start understanding. How do you serve God? Let me ask you that question, Des. How would you serve the Father, brother?
How would I serve the Father?
Yes, sir.
By obeying his commandments.
There you go. There you go.
It's simple.
We make it hard. We make it hard. There you go. 100%. 100%. Now, that doesn't mean that we ain't gonna fall. That doesn't mean that we ain't gonna mess up. It does. We are gonna mess up. We are. But the Lord is looking at your heart and seeing that you're sincere and you have a broken and contrite heart. Like, that's my man right there. That's my son. That's my daughter. Yeah, they're gonna mess up, but that don't mean that I don't love them. That don't mean that they're not trying. It's not about the fall. It's about the get up. That's what it is. David sinned, and the Lord said, that's a man after my own heart, because he knew David's heart. David loved the Lord. He loved his people. He knew that. That's how you serve the Most High. That's how you serve your brothers. Because there's a code that we operate by. There's a certain decorum that we move by. And how that I don't want to be offensive when I speak to you. So I'm going to take note of how I address you and how you address me. And that's what it is. When cats just speak recklessly, that's like a snapshot of how they move in their life. Recklessly. You're reckless. You have to be mindful of what you're saying. As you're saying it, you can't just say something and go, damn, I didn't know I said that. Come on, man. We grown. We're not children anymore. We're grown folk, and we need to act like that. So when I'm telling the Sarah, listen, man, it's getting scary. How many people in the chat and on the panel would think that you would see something like this in your lifetime?
Never. Nothing like this. Nothing.
Des?
Never.
Anthony?
I always thought it was possible, but didn't think I would.
Me too.
That's a good answer.
I always wanted it to happen. I always thought it was possible, but I always thought, you know what, man, it'll probably be my granddaughter's thing because it's too well set up. It's too well maintained.
Yeah, the slide from the moral decay that has happened from over the last 20 years, and I can't believe I'm actually saying it's the last 20 years because it's basically from 2000 to 2020 has been immense. It has been immense. You think about everything that happened from the 50s all the way to the 90s. It was the setup for the last 20 years.
Of course.
Things were put in place for the last 20.
Yep. You know, it came on TV the other day that I was looking at. I'm like, yo, these guys have no shame. The second part to, damn, man. What's the movie that my man played in where they were supposed to be the Illuminati and all that stuff? Oh, man.
Was it recent?
It was like maybe 2-3 years ago. Oh, man. It was a book. It was a book. And it was made into a movie. And I forget the name of the book. I forget the name of the movie. But it just came on and it was saying everything that these cats are saying. Bill Gates about, you know, that there need to be a pandemic. There needs to be something that's going to control the Earth's population. Da Vinci Code. Yes. But the second part of the Da Vinci Code.
Yeah.
The second part.
What's his name?
Tom Hanks.
Tom
Dan
Hanks.
Brown? Dan Brown?
Yeah, Dan Brown, but the second part to the Da Vinci Code. If you look at the second part of the Da Vinci Code, okay, it's doing everything that these cats are talking about, where the dude was a billionaire and money was trying to start some type of he wanted to release some type of virus to control the Earth's population, because when he tried to talk about it, no one wanted to make moves or do anything to suppress the Earth's population. So he was trying to start, and it's the same nonsense. It's like they put this in your face and you don't see it, and it plays out right in front of you.
Well, as the saying goes, they have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. So, but yeah, they've been doing that kind of stuff. They've been putting it in movies, putting it in books, putting it in, music. They've been doing it all. Every medium that you can think about. They've been doing it, and it's all been leading up to, you know, exactly what they want to have: one world government with a limited population that they can control readily. And that's what's going to happen. But
this is the beginning of the end, man.
Hey, Bolo, can I retract my answer to the question that you just asked about how many of us would have seen this in our lifetime?
Yeah, yeah, of course you can, brother.
Yeah, I want to say yes, because how often? Because it seems like everything is repetitive, you know, with these police shootings, these viruses, and you know, these pandemics with H1N1, Stapleton flu. You know, every year there's something new with the same thing. You know, police brutality. You got, you know, Arbor. You got this guy that George. You got Botham John, the one that was shot by Amber Geiger.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Here, you're missing the question.
And each and every one of them had protests. Yeah, marching through the street.
But did you ever think it would get to this point of where we are? Meaning, the pandemic, world vaccinations, certain laws being passed, where they're taking your freedoms away, where they're coming into your homes. You have the World Health Organization that basically is supposed to be the doctor of the world, saying that we need to come into your homes. You have two global companies, Apple and Google, talking about we have to make tracking apps that's going to be put into the phone's construct. And then you have this happening where all of these things happening together, them happening separately, cool, it happens. But all of them happening together at the same time?
Man, I was reading somewhere that, you know, you go on Amazon, you buy like, you know, a black book like, Black Power by Amos Wilson, or something like White Labor, Black Wealth by Claude Anderson. And you can come up on the radar, and the cops would have the right to come search your home because they want to see what type of person you are, if you pro-black or not.
You know who did that, right?
No.
Your boy Barack Obama did that. The National Defensive Authorization Act. Your boy did that.
Yep.
Where you can write right now, I can write in my search bar, terrorist. Soon as I write that, they can knock in my door and arrest me, my G. With no due process, indefinitely. Your boy passed that at 12:01 on Christmas Day. Barack passed. Okay, not Bush, not Trump, Barack.
And that's why they're all in it together.
That's why they're all in it together, brother. That's why you can't get caught up. You can't sit there and think one president's better than the other. All of them work for the same people, bro.
They all work, and that's another thing. Yeah, they all work for the same people. And my point behind that is basically similar to, you know, what we talked about a little while ago, which is overall God's going to put in the people in power that he wants to have in power, even if it's just to curb your destruction for a little while longer. You think about what happened with the in the Old Testament, the tribes of Judah. You go look back in Second Chronicles and Second Kings when they started talking about the area of Judah that was left after Israel got carried away to captivity. And you saw good king, bad king, bad king, good king, bad king, good king, you know. And every time there was a good king, he would do what? Lead the people to repent, thus giving them a little bit of time. Eventually, their demise was already written, but their demise came when? After those last few bad kings. And God used another foreign agent in Nebuchadnezzar and Babylonian Empire to come in to carry them away to captivity, to punish Israel. You want to follow after their gods? You want to worship the same gods they worship? All that other stuff? Fine. Let's go. Yeah. This is what happens. And that's what happened. They got carried away for the next 70 years for as a punishment. And so this right here is what you're seeing right now is the setup. You're seeing the setup of everything that we've all talked about when things that you heard when you were little, right? When they literally used to, quote unquote, preach the fire and brimstone from the pulpits in when you were little.
You know, it's a good example of that too, Anthony. You know, it's a good example.
What's that?
When Noah spoke about the rain.
Yep.
40 years.
120.
Cats didn't know what rain was. They didn't know what rain was because it never rained on the earth before.
Nope, never rained on the earth.
The dew would come down, water whatever it needed to water, and then go back up. The clouds did that. My man kept saying it. They was looking at him like he's a damn maniac. Oh yeah, all right, cool, yeah. Until that day.
Can you imagine the feeling getting rained on for the first time? That must have been crazy.
It was crazy.
It was crazy. And then for it to be 40 days and 40 nights, you know, Cats was bugging. And then that's
and that's what most people fail to understand too. It wasn't just that it would rain for 40 days and 40 nights. It flooded. The earth broke open.
Yeah.
Water shot up out of the earth. It shot up out of the earth. And
so
it said
that's
the
why
windows of heaven were open.
And that's what people are thinking. No, what y'all guys are saying could never happen. Yeah. Nah, everything, you know, the world can't be this again. Okay. All right. You don't understand that we're fighting against spiritual wickedness, not just someone that's bad, wickedness.
And that's why, if you remember, that's true. And when you start talking about the principalities and power, I think you mentioned it before. You know, there was, even Daniel was told what? When Gabriel brought him that message, he said, it took me 21 days because I was fighting the prince of Persia.
Yep.
And he said, I had to get Michael to help me. And he said, and once I'm done with you, I got to go back and fight him. Oh, but by the way, there's a prince of Greece coming. So Yes. So when you look at it, the principalities and power, it was told to you in the Old Testament. It was told to you in the New Testament that these things exist. So yes, when you're dealing with these things, you're dealing with it on a global level. You're dealing with it on a national level. You're dealing with it on a state level, and you living on a local level, and they all work hand in hand. And that's why we said what we were talking about before. Look at what they're doing. They want you to feel anger. They want you to feel distrust of your fellow man and everything else. They want you to feel all of these things. They want to put on a picture of the news that, look, I told you those black people ain't nothing but animals. Look at them. Just tearing up their own place.
Yep.
They just tearing it up. They tearing it up. Look at it. It doesn't matter that there were Hispanics in there and whites in there and others in there doing the exact same thing. The picture is worth 1,000 words. So what did they do? Now it became not a black man getting killed, but well, maybe that black man deserved to be killed because you don't know what he was doing. So now we got dissension, and now we got dissension among races. So now it makes it easier for the state to pick them off.
To infiltrate. It makes it easy. You separated now. If we was together, if we would have sat there and said, well, that was just one white dude who did whatever, it'll be so much harder.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as they got us looking at our neighbor, looking at such and such, we're not looking at them. And that's what they want.
That's why I came to Black YouTube, man, because I want to know, I want people of my complexion telling our story instead of them telling our story.
Yeah, but how they
ain't
telling
gonna
your
make
story?
us look good.
See, it's not about, listen here, this is what I'm trying to say to you.
Yeah.
Don't get caught up into Black YouTube, brother. What you should be saying is, I need the truth.
Well, I realize Black YouTube ain't shit. You know, I mean, I've been in this space for like 6 months. I'm trying to leave, man. This thing is addictive.
What you
these niggas been here for 7 years, brother. I'm sorry to curse on you.
No, but no.
The Black man. Have you been in the Black man? Hey, stay away. Don't recommend your kids to the Black.
No, you don't. No. Because the deal is they're talking out of a place. A lot of those pro-blacks in the Black YouTube section. It doesn't. Everyone from Roland Martin all the way down to the littlest person on the totem pole. They all talk in one or two ways. They talk in the realm of victimhood, and they talk in the realm of revenge.
That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how they speak. They speak in victimhood,
and
they speak in revenge.
And they're not.
They rarely
rarely
speak in truth.
They rarely speak in truth. They rarely speak in love, and they rarely speak of holding up that mirror to you.
Yes.
They rarely speak of those three things: truth, love, and the mirror. Because the white man ain't have us in slavery for. We haven't been in slavery for a minute. There's no reason why we're killing each other quicker than they are.
Well,
there's no reason why we need to be upset when this guy kills this man, which we should be upset. But understand the point that I'm trying to make. We kill each other way worse. And on a bigger scale, a grander scale. How come we don't loot when that happens? Why don't we do that? Why don't we picket? Why don't we do all these things when a drive-by happened? When a little girl, 14, 15 years old, died? Why don't we do that? We don't. So when a white man kills a black man, they sensationalize it. They push it. That's how they're going to drive that wedge further and further between us.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a black and white war, Des. This is not a black and white war. That's why I don't consider myself to be in the black sector of YouTube. I'm in the truth sector, brother.
Well, the thing is, when I first came to YouTube, I came to YouTube back in 2008. You know, it was only a few people that have followed. I mean, I used to watch Howard Stern all the time. You know, I enjoyed watching Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice was my man, my man, 100 grand. And then I found Tommy Sotomayor and Boyce Watkins and Cynthia G and Jason Black, and I was like, man, I want more. And I learned of these other YouTubers through Tommy. He'd be like arguing with somebody else, and I'm like, who's this other guy he's arguing with? Let me go find out what he's about, because maybe Tommy's wrong. So I go find out who this dude is. Zone. This nigga's crazy as shit. Let me go find somebody else. And I just go deeper down a rabbit hole, and it's all saying exactly what you just said about the mirror and the, you know, the personal accountability and the victimhood and all that.
Yeah.
That's why anytime someone sits there and talks about how and this is me, this is the way I look at it, because I'm just like Bolo. I'm very much into finding things that are true. But anytime somebody tells me how bad Black people are oppressed and how bad Black people have it in America, and I correspond that to what's going on around the world, and then I corresponded on the amount of people who are either six-figure salaries, millionaires, and even billionaires here in America that's Black. Dude, there is no, literally, there is no, and I mean no comparison. None. You don't worry. If you knew what poor actually meant, if you literally knew what poor actually meant, there is no one in America right now that is technically poor.
Let me go further to say this on top of that. Do we really know what slavery is, dog?
No, they don't.
Gee, listen.
We only know the idea of slavery.
Brother, you don't even know the idea. You don't know the idea of watching your woman getting raped. You don't know the idea of them separating your family and selling them. You don't know the idea of going out there in the heat and picking cotton with all the spikes going into your fingers and getting whipped and still singing "We Shall Overcome." We are far from those people. Those people were so strong. Our ancestors were so strong. We are weaklings, dog. The spirit that the Lord had on those people are totally different than what we have on us. All these people talking about, man, I'll take a whip. My man. Dogs, I'm telling you.
You'd be like that Dave Chappelle skit.
Word. I'm out.
Yeah, I'm Toby. Yeah.
Let me say this. Do you know why? Do you know why a whip makes that noise? You know? Do you know why? Do anyone on the panel know why it makes that noise?
Because it's ripping skin.
No, before it rips the skin. Because it don't make that noise whether it hits skin or not.
Oh, when it's cracking in the air?
Yeah, when it's cracking in the air. Do you know why?
Why?
It breaks the sound barrier. And that's hitting your back. You think that this day and age that the Black people now can stand up to that? No, brother.
Well,
So we don't know what that is. We don't know. And I thank the Lord that I wasn't born in those times because I couldn't handle it.
Man, what? You see all these 6'8", 6'5" football players. Like, you don't think we had those amount of people back then in slavery? I'd have been running off the plantation, man.
My man, dogs. Let me explain something to you. Ran off there would have been one dude. There would have been one dude that ran off and they cut his damn feet off. You wouldn't have ran no place.
You can't go.
You wouldn't have ran no place because you would have seen when they took that dude and brought him back and then put his foot and they made an example of him and cut his feet off and then use some type of metal to burn it so he wouldn't bleed out. You ain't running. Those dudes that ran, oh my, brother, you have to understand the type of strength they had. And I'm telling you that the people, and I'm sure that there are a few because there's always exceptions to the rule. The majority of us couldn't make it back then. Yeah. So just to add onto what Anthony was saying, we don't know what poverty is. When you sit there and you go to Africa, these cats piss, shit, and drink out of the same goddamn river. That's poverty, dog. We don't do that. I'm not telling you that we ain't poor and we don't have it hard. But like I said, I always like to look at the cup half full. There's always someone worse off than me. You look at those third world countries where they don't even have a goddamn bathroom. No electricity. Dogs.
It's insane.
It's insane, brother. It's insane. And you know what's the crazy thing about it? Here's the crazy thing. That these places have no food, no water, no running toilet, no all that. But they got internet.
Got it. They got it.
They got internet. They got satellites that are flying over Africa to make sure you have internet. That's why Christ tells you the whole world shall know about me, dog. There will be no place that don't know of me. I don't have electricity. I don't have an outlet, but I have internet. Wow. Because they need control. They need to know everything of who, what, where, when, how. And 5G is what it is. And don't think they're only stopping at 5G. Don't think they don't probably have an 8G already. They just got to push it out slowly. That's what they're doing. Anything that the government shows you now, believe me, they got 10 years ahead of that. Believe me. The stealth bomber, that was in the 1960s, man. The Blackbird, that was the 1960s. And that's still one of the baddest airplanes that they tell us that they have. That they tell us. So don't think that there's nothing out there that's not better than that. So we just got to work on our faith. Work on no more. Work on being the change. Work on that village. Because when I'm weak, we're going to need each other, man. That's what this is about. This ain't about ridicule. That's why Nasira took offense to what High Risk One was saying. You can't sit there and tell me I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm going to interrupt you. What the hell does that mean? What does that mean? Then don't interrupt me if you don't mean to interrupt me. I don't mean to be offensive, but I'm going to be offensive. That doesn't make any sense. I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm going to cut you off. Then don't cut me off. Let me finish my statement. Because I'd rather you just say, I'm cutting you off because of, than for you to say, I don't mean to cut you off, but I have to. Come on. That doesn't make any sense. It completely doesn't. Look at what's being done. Look at what's happening. We have the military on American ground. Military's already here. Why? And what did those police do? All they did was wait for you to finish trashing up your area. That's it. They didn't do anything. They just made sure you ain't going into the ritzy area. Nah, y'all can burn your area down. You ain't burning down this area.
Oh, yeah.
Burn down yours. Believe me, you gonna burn down South Central? You ain't burning down Beverly Hills, baby. We gonna make sure that these people are safe. The haves are gonna be saved. And I keep telling you, the haves aren't just white people. They ain't just white people. There's black people in there, Asian people in there, Arab people in there.
It's the same reason why you don't see Jay-Z and Beyonce, Will Smith, Ice Cube. You don't see none of those jokers. Michael Jordan, he just got to finish doing his last dance. You don't see none of those jokers marching, do you?
Nope.
None of them came down, did they? Nobody.
What's the
showed
name
up.
just came? What's the name just came? Jamie Foxx.
Is he on? Is he really on their level?
Nah. Yeah. I mean, nah, he's not. But
yeah. And when you notice, he came when
after everything was done.
He'll get his little photo out.
Right. Yeah.
Say, hey, I stood with y'all.
They all do that.
All of them do that.
Yeah.
That's just, and you know what the sad thing is? And we accept that as Blackhood. They just take a picture, say a few good words, say a moving sentence, and then we're like, "Yep, he's down." That's what Al Sharpton did.
Mm-hmm.
Came down and said, "Yep, damn son, this dude is here." But
And
you
they all got podcasts. You know, Mike Tyson, T.I. You know, I would think he'd probably want to run for a politician or something. You know.
Yeah.
Steven Jackson was doing something, I heard.
Well,
I see him a lot on
that
Twitter.
guy was a friend of his, or like half brother or something. So I could see him doing something. But even
yeah, that's family.
But Steve was. But even at that, who is Steven Jackson? I mean, that's just the way it is. So I mean, he has skin in the game. I can understand, but the majority of them, you don't see any of those. You definitely don't see any white celebrities,
No.
and you don't even see any black celebrities,
They're
be it
looking at-
rappers or whatever.
They're looking at where to step in.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what happens, because now what you're gonna have now, you're gonna have a neighborhood of close to about, I would say probably close to about 20,000 people now. An area of close to about, probably close to 20,000. Now wholly dependent on the state. Wholly dependent on the state.
Yeah.
All before they were what? Small business owners. People had day jobs, had stores they could go to right in their own backyard. Now that money gets funneled to where? Across town in what area? Like you said, the haves now get more of the pie.
They get more of the pie
have-nots.
because now you're gonna want you're gonna want help, and that store that you used to go to is closed. So now the haves are gonna be like, oh, okay,
we'll take your money happily.
We'll take your money and check this out. We're gonna have to put more. It's gonna cost you a little bit more because you destroyed your place. You destroyed your place.
That's it.
And see, we have to start realizing to every action is a reaction, cause and effect. We need to understand that every time we do something, there's a reason why they let you do it. There's a reason. There's a reason. And you have to sit there and realize that there is a reason. And then that's when you're supposed to sit back and go, why are these dudes letting us burn all these places, man? Let's stop. How about that? Because that's what they're expecting us to do. Let's not do that. Let's come together, organize ourselves, stand strong, you know what I'm saying? And get some type of system running.
There you go.
So now when we come together, they have to deal with this. Why? Because of the power we have. They only respect power. That's all they respect is power. The reason why they don't respect us is because we're scattered. We're unorganized. We're confused. If we became organized and we became, even you look at the mafia and all these people, everything is organized. Everything is all except us. We're not organized. The tail is running around just thinking it's the head. The head is running around thinking it's the tail. The arm is running around just like, you know what, I'm just going to do whatever I'm doing. That's our problem. And then when you have guys like us come up here, you know what I'm saying, the Anthonys, the coaches, come out here and try to give you guys the truth, you want to fight us. You want to fight the person and not listen to the message.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to hear the word. You don't want to hear what's being said. You attack the person. You don't attack what they're saying. That's the problem. If you ridicule me enough, people are going to think that what I'm saying is a lie because you ridicule me. Not because you showed that what I was saying was wrong, but because your jokes were funnier than me. So at that point, obviously, if your jokes are funnier than mine, that means what you're saying is the truth. That's how we look at it. And that's very shameful, man. It's very shameful that in this day and age, that's what we look at. We don't look at what's being said. we look at who is saying it. This is amazing. This is amazing. And then we wonder why we're last hired and first fired. We wonder why. Because every time there's a riot, we burn our neighborhoods down. Look at this dude, Charlemagne. Charlemagne was interviewing the president-elect. This dude, Biden. This dude was talking to him like a Negro. What's going on, my man? What you mean, what's going on, my man? You ain't black. Like, yo, why are you talking to me like this, dog? That's the first thing I would have said. Yo, who the hell you think you're talking to? Who are you? It's like every platform that people go to, I don't care what your nationality is, they carry a certain decorum when they speak. When they come to talk to us,
they don't never come talk to the smart ones, huh?
No, they don't talk to us. Even so, they don't talk to us with respect. They
like
don't.
Bernie Sanders. He what's that rapper's name? Big Mike, Killer Mike.
Killer Mike. Yeah.
Yeah. He got Killer Mike. Biden, he's looking for somebody like Charlemagne the God. You know, it's like
funny name is Killer Mike. You want Killer Mike to talk for you. You can't make this up, baby.
Makes no sense.
You can't make this up. There is no standard with us. There is none. There's no standard with us. And that's a shame. That's so sad that there is no standard. We have to start building standards, at least for our children's sake, at least for our sons and daughters' sake. We got to build standards. We got to set that example of what love is, that example of what a man is, a real man, a man that has morality, moral standard, a man that stands up for righteousness, a man that knows right from wrong.
Yep.
We have to start giving these examples. You know what I'm saying? You have people saying that because this man had a white woman, there is no sympathy for his situation. What does that mean? Do you think, and black women are saying that, do you think a white woman would say that?
They don't care.
Come on, man. We are so quick to hate on each other. We are so quick to hate on each other. We got to stop it. Got to stop it.
I assume that's their way of coping with the situation by saying, "Oh, he's with a white woman, so why should I care?" When in fact they really do care. They're probably hurting on the inside.
Well, that's a hell of a way to say it. I'd rather you just shut up and don't say nothing. Tell you the truth. I'd rather you just shut up. If that's your way of coping with the situation, that's your coping mechanism, I'd rather you just shut up and don't say nothing.
Because they did the same thing with they did the same thing with Kobe Bryant. Oh, he died, you know.
Right. His woman is good. Don't feel sorry for her. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And the same the same people that say that, if something was to happen to them, they want the whole world to stop and mourn them.
Yeah, but who taught them to think like that?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
That's what you have to look at. Who taught them how to think like that? And the answer is the same culture that they subscribe to.
Yep.
That's who taught them how to think like that.
Yeah,
It wasn't that a person who looked like me got, was killed in a way that was not befitting an animal. It was what? I have no sympathy for him because X, Y, and Z. He has a white woman. He decided to live on the other side of town, or he drove a Benz instead of a Mercedes. I don't know. You throw whatever you want to throw in at it.
Instead of just looking at it, that's a fellow human being.
Exactly.
No human being should have died that way.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you know? Listen, man.
The degradation behind that death is the thing
it's so crazy.
Is even worse.
I mean,
this guy
Aside from that, bro, when you got, listen, Money said I'm claustrophobic. Claustrophobic. So that means that came in because he got his hand behind his back, and you got cats holding him down.
Inches from the ground.
Inches. He's claustrophobic. I can't move. And then you're trying to breathe. Do you know that's one of the worst ways to go? Suffocation.
Yep.
And then what kills me is you got all these people watching. All these people.
To the
And then the black dude wanted to really get hype and get crazy after about 6 minutes. Now he wants to try and press the Asian one. Come on, man.
And no one did anything. And think about it. He defecated himself.
Listen,
he
man.
Defecated himself on the street. And
we are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
Yeah.
We are destroyed. We are destroyed. No other nation goes through that, brother, but us. No other nation but us.
You don't know what that man was going through. In no way am I mean, whatever happens to that cop dude, I'm just saying, like, you don't know what was going on in that man. I read somewhere that his mother had died 4 months prior. He was probably really, really going through something.
What
triggered that man, George? It looked like he was yelling at the cop.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what.
Listen, I'd rather you beat the man's ass.
Yeah.
Beat his ass. Okay, cool. I can live with that. Take his life. And what bugs me out, and what makes me so upset, what makes me so upset is we're so quick to talk about how we represent our hood and how we'll come down there with my 50 round clip and shoot at your grandmother's house, whatever. But 4 cops and you did shit.
You can do nothing.
3 of those guys could have bum rushed the little Asian guy and just bowled over the guy. They didn't even have to.
Even so, Anthony,
they didn't even have
that far. They didn't even go that far. If you show up with 5 dudes, 10 dudes, right there, they're gonna realize the numbers are off. So you know what? Let us get up. 10 dudes show up. Them 3 guys are not gonna feel comfortable enough just to have their backs to those guys. They're gonna stand up and say, you know what, man, let's take this shit someplace else. Let's take this someplace else. We can't continue doing this here. But because no one opposed them, because no one even defied them, they did what they did. They did what they did. I guarantee you, if it was anyone else, you would want something to happen. You would want us to stand up. And this is the point of minding our business. This is why the white man, that's why his neighborhoods stay safe, because they mind their business. That's why their neighborhoods stay safe. That's why when you show up in their neighborhood, they ask you, what are you doing here? Who do you know over here? Where are you going? This is the same thing we should be doing in our neighborhoods. When someone is unfamiliar, yo, what are you doing here? How did you get here? Where are you going? Now, there's been a lot of burglaries in this area, man, and you fit that description, G. That's what we have to do. We have to make our neighborhood safe, man. That's what we have to do. Not burn our neighborhoods down.
Right. Which is asinine at best.
It's You can't make this up. Why burn your neighborhoods down? Why burn the stores you go to? You burn down the Target. Now you need to go buy a damn a crib for your baby. Where you gonna go?
Yeah.
And this is what we do. They knew that we would do that. That's why they just posted up right in the intersection. You ain't going past here. They knew we would do that. They knew we would do it. And then they said, you know what? By them doing it, let's get the army in. Army comes in. Okay, there's rioting all over America now. Yo, some of these people didn't even know the man's name.
Well, because some of them came in from out of town. So you had the ones that came in from out of town.
But I'm saying even so.
I'm just saying.
I'm not in
you had the ones
that
that came
there.
No, I know, but I'm just saying you had the ones that came in from out of town looking for an opportunity.
Of course,
an opportunity to cause havoc. And like we talked about before, a lot of them were paid to come in from out of town.
Yeah,
and they were there just to do exactly what you saw, which was you had some that were breaking windows, you had some that were setting fires, and everything else to
busting cop cars.
But see, here's the problem. You had a few that was paid. Okay, let's go with that. That came in to do what they had to do. We didn't have to follow suit.
That is correct, and that's my point. It was like it was basically, again, it was lighting the fuse on the dynamite and throwing.
Yep, there you go.
And watching the collateral damage.
Yeah,
they did just enough to get you going, and then what?
Back out and then let it happen
and let you do it all.
Yeah.
And that's what you got. They have all of these quote unquote protests now. I just was looking at something not too long ago. Cincinnati decided to get on the map. Dallas decided to get in on it. San Jose hasn't gotten into it now. Louisville had one, and a couple of people I think got shot at that one.
Yeah, I think 4 people.
Yeah.
Man, they want a new TV. And they're like, you know what? This is the perfect time for us to get that stereo set.
And they're trying to make, but what's going to wind up happening is that now you're kind of like what we talked about before. Now you're starting to introduce the aspects of what martial law.
There you
happening in all of your major cities now.
Now on top of that, add the COVID thing now. Right?
There you go.
Add the COVID thing on top of it.
You go.
All you people were next to each other, so we got to give you a dose.
Yeah. So now,
how do they not see this, man?
Because it's like you mentioned, it's like you said before. It's acting on emotion.
Yo, bro.
Instead of common sense and logic.
That's why the only thing you can do is pray.
Yep.
Pray and be around people that think like you do. Truth seekers. Because as long as we're truth seekers, we'll always do our best to look for the truth, not for what fits, for what the truth is. Because a lot of the times the truth don't fit. It doesn't bend to what you need it to bend to. You know what I'm saying? And that's the crazy part of it. We're sitting there trying to figure things out. This dude wants to talk about the raper and not the damn message. Like, are you kidding me, man? Come on.
Well, the reason why it doesn't bend because truth doesn't care about your bias.
There you go.
It doesn't matter what we come in with preconceived notions and biases. Truth is going to be truth no matter what. And so because of that, we need to adhere to the truth and need to follow along with the truth and not for your own biases, right?
And that'll make you a better person. That'll make you a better.
Proverbs 3, 5, and 6, man. Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart.
That's it.
To your all understanding.
That's
in
it.
all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your path.
That's it.
That's how it goes. That's the path of truth.
That's it. And
the minute you walk outside of that, you start
man,
dealing with opinions. You start dealing with
emotions.
Yep. You know, all of these things you start dealing with.
But how I feel.
And you know what is? It's always a shadow of the truth. It's never the truth.
Nope. It's a piece of it. It's never the truth. It's never it's in its entirety.
Right.
It's never that. And we sit here and we look at it and we're like, yo, what are you doing, dog? What are you doing, guys? You're giving these dudes a reason to want to come in here and shoot. They want to do this. Why are you giving them liberty to do it? Why? Cats was saying the man got shot. Yo.
Yeah.
Yo, man, I'm like, one dude said, if my baby moms is watching, FUB. And let me show you something, even in the power of women. These dudes were saying F the police, F you, F that, B's, mother effers, all of that. This dude said nothing, right? Soon as that dude said, and if my baby mom is watching, FUB, Money said, come on, man. That ain't right. All the other curses and all the other statements was good, but as
Well,
soon as
right.
he said something about women, come on, man. I'm like, dogs, even in riotness, that woman, brother, this, be here, the unfairness is crazy. It's crazy. The unevenness of it is so shown. Now it's blatant at this point. It's not even being hidden anymore.
Nope.
Now it's blatant. And so listen, I'm gonna leave it on this, man. What's your last words? Let's go through the thing. Yo, coach, what's your last words? No, you know what, Dez, what's your last words, baby?
No last words.
Okay. Coach, what's your last words, baby?
Like every night, keep God by your side. Keep God by your side.
Can't go wrong with that. Anthony?
For me, it's basically, kind of what I said before. Seek the truth and stay prayed up, man. You're gonna have to in times like these, and be vigilant, be watchful.
Yep.
No, don't fall to the deceptions. Find if someone keeps pouring something in your face and keeps trying to show you something. Look what they're trying to do behind your back.
Mm-hmm.
Look at what they're trying to do behind your back. And trust in the Lord, man. Trust in the Lord for everything.
Well, let me set up this prayer before we get out of here. Lord God, we'd like to thank you for another night of Testimony Fridays. Thank you for allowing everyone to come on and show and share their wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Thank you, Lord God, for your strength, your mercy, your understanding, your love. For we are not worthy of it, but yet you still give it. We ask you, Lord God, to please forgive us all of our sins. Please give us the strength to stand strong in this time where wickedness is running rampant. Please give us the strength to see where truth is. Lord God, I beg you to please open up Nasira's eyes and have her open up her heart to you. And please encamp your angels around her home, her family, her children. Lord God, please encamp your angels around our families, essential workers, first responders, military workers. Please encamp your angels around our families going to and fro from work. Please keep them safe. Please heal those that are sick. Help them to get better. Please give those that do not have clothes. Please clothe them, feed them. Lord God, we ask you to please protect everyone in the village for their ailments. Please give them strength for whatever they're about to go through. Please give them strength to persevere through their future endeavors. Please give them the strength and wisdom and knowledge to stand strong and healthy through what they're about to go through. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Amen.
So what I'm going to say is, man, let's love each other, be there for each other, be the change. It takes a village. Know that we got to start getting into each other's business and understanding what's going on in this world. Stay, like my man Anthony said, stay prayed up, stay vigilant, get to know your neighbors, and know that this is not a war between blacks and whites. It's a war between the haves and the have-nots. And with that, I'm going to say good night to everybody. Take care of yourselves and each other.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, fellas.
Good night.